Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between, welcome to Season 3 of Tales of SEGLESIA. Introducing your host with the most, your Dungeon Master Extraordinaire. Give it up for Chaotic Writer! Hey, how's everybody doing today? Hey, thank you very much for tuning into tonight's stream. Hope everybody can hear me just fine. My name is Matt, your Chaotic Writer, and welcome to Season 3 of Tales of SEGLESIA, more specifically Session 20, which is called 3 Months Later. Why is it called 3 Months Later? You will find out in just a little bit. Now, what I should tell you is that we're not going to kick it right into Session 20 just yet. What we are going to be doing is doing a short and sweet, basically Session 0 for what I would consider the halfway point of this campaign. Before we switch over to our players, though, one thing that I do want to mention to y'all, for those of you out there watching the stream, I would like to announce that I have made some very specific updates to the channel point system. Now, as you have been aware in the past, the channel point system is a way of granting your fellow characters in the game, well, fellow characters, your celebrity characters, the players of today, to give them buffs of one sort or another, or to provide some sort of assistance as the viewership, as chat. There has been an update, so allow me to show you, boom, the channel point system. Mainly, the options here are pretty much the same as what I have had in the past, except I have changed the cost. A lot of the things that you see here are cheaper because I realized that the barrier of use was a little bit challenging for many of the viewers, because some things that seemed a little bit, interesting was at too high of a point tier. And why do that when you could just give players +1 tokens, or give them inspiration, or perform some other deed? You will also notice that with just a few of these channel points setups, for instance, if you choose the +1 token, or the 1d4 roll, or the health potion, or the inspiration, you will notice that that box right below this webcam here should provide you with just a very short acknowledgement that you have delivered that option. Now, don't do it right now because we haven't started. What we want to do is reintroduce our characters, have a small discussion about the campaign, talk about team expectations, and then we go right in to the fabulous next season and next session of Tales of Seglesia. So let us bring our players in and have a discussion. Hello, hello. I'm not getting your audio, so let me see if I can get that quick updated here. Looks like everybody's reactive image setup is functioning just as intended. Let me get that, and then that will hit apply.
I twerk on screen.
If you twerk, your little guy will not twerk. I mean, if it'll bounce up and down, if that's what you mean by twerk, then yes.
Here we go.
But there is no animation. We're not quite that technologically savvy. We're pretty technologically savvy, but not that savvy. How is everybody doing tonight?
Not yet. Good. Good. Let's see.
I'm disappointed in the lack of twerk mechanics.
Yeah, I know. But I'm putting that on my to-do list. There's a lot of things I want to bring. A lot of things I want to bring to the kitchen. Throw it in the pot, boil it, make it into delicious stew for everybody to enjoy. One thing you will notice right off the bat is I do have a new overlay. It is fresh, it is blue, and I like it.
Fresh and blue.
Fresh and blue. So without further ado, I want to see if I can actually power level through some of the things on my session 0 checklist. Now, the purpose, as you know, of a session 0 is usually it's done at the very beginning of a campaign to prime everybody for what to expect in the campaign, in the game sessions, in the structure overall. The reason we're doing a session 0 checklist is because it has been a number of weeks. We've taken a much delighted break. I mean, delighted, but not in a way where I'm not missing Tales of Seglesia. I've been missing Tales of Seglesia, and I'm very happy to be here. And I believe, at least as a DM, in terms of my mentality and pacing, but of course the whatever this will actually be will depend upon everybody's commitment and my commitment and all of that. I see this point, session 20, as a potential halfway point in the campaign. Something I want to discuss with all of you as part of this checklist. The checklist is mainly to go over things that I think are relevant to refresh. And once we're done with that, we're going to go right into session 20. Does it sound good to everybody?
Yes.
Sounds amazing.
Fantastic. I love the enthusiasm. I really do.
I thought he said I love you.
Well,
I started to tear up a little bit.
That too. I mean, I just got to say I've missed all of your digital faces. All of your bouncing reactive images. I've missed it so much.
Well, they're back now.
Yes.
Can't get rid of us.
We are back. So, as I mentioned, my intention is for this point, session 3 or season 3, to be the planned halfway point. Of which we'll begin with tonight's session, which is what I would think of as a downtime / city quest simulator session. I've never run a session quite like this before, so this is, for me, experimental. But it's a lot of opportunity for us to cover a lot of ground, to allow for time to pass, to kind of in the story allow for bonds to solidify between each other's characters. And so it's going to be, for the most part, run like a montage. The way that I talked about it in Discord chat was, think of the 0 to hero montage in Hercules and take that, just kind of stretch that over a session. So we're going to be doing downtime activities. We're going to be doing, there are going to be some events that take place, details to come in the session. And one thing that I want to tick off the checklist right away is I have noticed and understood that one of my Achilles heels as a dungeon master has been pacing. I'm somebody that does plan a lot of different things, and I have very big ideas, and I really try to put those elements in line. But I realize that time is a resource that's always tricky to deal with. Now it's not necessarily a problem, because I feel like that there has been a lot of opportunity for individuals to kind of, take their time, role play, kind of work through certain moments, certain scenes, certain dialogue. But ongoing, I think to this day, even after being a dungeon master for about 10 years, pacing is still an Achilles heel. And one thing that I want to gauge from everybody tonight is, in terms of me saying that this is a halfway point for Tales of SEGLESIA, that really only depends on whether you as the players have an interest in being part of the campaign for a long, when I say long, for a period of time that would allow us to get from midpoint to end, similar to the time frame that we have spent from beginning to now. That does mean a number of months. So I guess my first question, and this is an open question, gauging from each of you, I want to gauge current interest and commitment in the campaign. Now, if for any reason you know that there are certain scheduling things that are going to come up, or if you have any qualms or any specific thing that you feel that you need to, like, in a number of months that something, that some new thing is going to be occupying your schedule, or some new interest is going to take hold, or something like that, that is fine. But I just want to, for my acknowledgement, gauge everybody's interest and commitment to the campaign, at least at this point. And I'm going to start with Squigs playing as Windveer.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay to the very goddamn end. You kidding me? I need to see the fruits of my fruition.
Hell yeah, that sounds fantastic. We got Squigs, and he's down. I don't want to say down to clown, because that has a lot. Okay, he's down. That's what you need to know, is he's down. Come on, man. That's fine. And that is not to say that if anybody has anything that they know is going to come up in the next number of months, or next month, or next week, even, that they're not down. Things changes to life, changes to scheduling, they happen. But may as well move it on to Ambrose playing as Zug, just kind of going down the bottom row and then to the top row. Ambrose, Zug, thoughts about interest and commitment to the campaign?
Matt.
Yes.
I want to be here forever.
That's gonna be a little much for me. I don't know if I could do it forever. It's got to end at some point. That's one thing. I've had a far history of running campaigns that are like forever campaigns. I don't like that. I like to have closure. I like to have like an actual story beat. But I do acknowledge that you are interested for the long haul, and I certainly appreciate it.
Oh yeah.
We got Black Man Inc. playing as Scoop. Thoughts about interest and commitment?
I mean, being this, I'm definitely interested, as I've talked with you and DMs, and
Yep.
can let everyone know. I originally had a long running campaign on Thursdays, which took a character from about 2 to 12. The campaign went on hiatus for about 3 months, and probably in about a month or so, I will need to return to that campaign to wrap up as we go to the conclusion as my party is at level 15, and it's going to be for about two or
Gotcha.
three sessions to wrap up that campaign.
Understood.
So there will be a break in about a month or two for about 2 to 3 weeks where I have to wrap that up. But after that, I'm fully committed to seeing the end of this.
Absolutely. I absolutely acknowledge that. And yeah, if there needs to be a period of away time, we can certainly work that in advance. You know, with the knowledge of availability, there's some really loud car outside. With knowledge of availability, it gives me the tools to make those plans in advance. So I appreciate you giving me the reminder, letting me know. And yes, you did. This is something you communicated with me via Discord previously. So, gonna move it on to LARP Strong Carter playing as Roby.
Nah, man, screw this game. It sucks. I'm out. Peace. Bloop.
All right, everybody. Well, thank you very much for coming, and I hope the best. I hope the best for all of you.
Game over. Yeah, man. I mean, you know, I'm in it as long as I can be in it. Oh, wait, he really pressed the stream ending?
I'm back. It's all good. I'm back.
People are like, what? Really? Holy... Like, now people are going to be like, yeah, man, get this guy out of here. Like, he's ruining the whole game. But yeah, man, I mean, I'm in it until I can't be in it. Who knows what tomorrow's going to hold. I enjoy the character. I enjoy the story. You know, you guys, not only this game, but, you know, the Project Aurora has a ton of lore and stuff that, you know, I myself as a fairly newbie DM enjoys kind of learning and understanding and hopefully one day building something of my own. But until then, I'll let you know soon as something happens if I can't.
Hell yeah, and I definitely know that this is simply just one stop on your journey to kind of know the living universe ins and outs, because it is something you've expressed to me that as a dungeon master and builder, world builder yourself, there's an opportunity for you to create a setting and a community on top of it. Similar to Project Aurora, and you know, your involvement in Project Aurora and in this campaign has been fantastic, and I'm glad that, you know, there is this exchange. Which I should sidetrack and say, for all those that popped in are wondering, what is Project Aurora? Well, if my thing is, if the command is going to work. Okay, there it is. Project Aurora is a living universe, Dungeons and Dragons community with many campaigns, many DMs, many more players in one universe where these things take place in. What happens in one campaign can potentially affect what happens in another campaign. World events may take place. Certain things may become lore for future sessions in other people's backstories, and there's all sorts of different connecting plots between all of the background lore. So if you're interested, if this is something that you're totally 100% like, where can I sign up? Well, you just click on that Discord link and you say hello to everybody. Even if you've been there before, hey, doesn't hurt to hit that link and check in again. So last but not least, we got Phoenix V playing as Orgoth.
Well, I still have a lot of souls to send to Mogus, so I'm in.
Fantastic. Hey, don't we all have souls that we need to send the Mogus? I feel like that is probably the most important thing of all, is making sure that Mogus gets his specific quota of souls. I've thrown on some music just so that we got some background ambience as I finish up the rest of these points here. So, first and foremost, I've talked with each of you about downtime activities that you want to partake in. For the stream, just so that you can share it with the stream, I'm going to ask each of you, what is everybody's goals for their character this season? We're going to go in reverse order. I'm going to say Phoenix V playing as Orgoth. Boom. Your goals, I mean, you've pretty much said it, is sacrificing people to Mogus.
You and training his apprentice. That's about it. That's about it, really.
Absolutely.
Training his apprentice, sacrificing people. Mayhem. If
y'all in chat remember, Orgoth does actually have a magic casting young apprentice, of which he was able to discover, and now is the sensei for. So we will get to see that unravel this season. Laura Strong Carter as Roby. Goals for your character?
Yeah, I mean, he wants to become a real boy, so I'd like to find my Geppetto, or no. You know, the gist of Roby is the story of finding one's true self. You know, finding what he is, where he come from, why he is the way he is. You know, the typical things we as humans do. I don't know personally at this point yet the lore that Project Aurora and SEGLESIA has on the Warforged enough.
Yep.
Because I haven't dug that far into it. But so the goal would be to, as a player, better understand it so we can start divulging it as a character, and then also have him through missions and such actually find a purpose.
Yes.
He's always been an assistant, right? So I'd like to find his purpose in the world past just helping others.
Absolutely. And you are 100% right. There, while there are many themes to being a Warforged and being a cleric, and I guess being in your position that can be built off of D&D lore, there are some very specific nuggets in Project Aurora lore, of which we may see a bunch of that unravel tonight. And I loved how the music really swelled during your presentation. Timing. We're moving it over to Black Man playing as Scoop.
Scoop has a couple of goals, some of them very simple, some of them a bit more complex. He definitely, since he's going to be around for a while, wants to get to know a bit more of these people, as most of them are complete strangers to him. He wants to improve his tattoo and artistry in general.
Gotcha.
Not only because he does tattoos, but he loves to paint and is quite a creative person. So in general, he wants to find canvases or women to paint and draw and basically be himself. And lastly, wants to understand what this tattoo is that's on his shoulder. He doesn't really talk about it, but it's something that's been bugging him for a while.
Gotcha. And there are hidden secrets to that tattoo and to your origins as a satyr, of which this season we will certainly touch up upon those story beats. Ambrose playing as Zug.
Okay, so Zug wants to get bigger, stronger, and more in tune with the elements. While praising very strongly his god Mogus and sacrificing people to him, so he can become strong enough to exact revenge upon the clan that destroyed his clan. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
There's so much representation of Mogus in this party.
Oh yeah, the bigger mans.
And Zug is all about being the biggest mans.
Oh yeah, indeed.
And we will see biggest mans get bigger this
oh
season.
Yeah, don't tease me. Don't tease me, man.
Finally, Dr. Swiggs playing as Winveer. Playing as two other names. One of them was Sam Hill, and the other one was Victor.
Victor Kaiser. Well, I would be telling you, but why would I spoil the fun for our viewers?
I mean,
Yeah,
we
that
know
is
some
a very
things. You can
weird
always
thing to
you
do.
should always refresh some of the things we know for certain.
Well, it's I have some associates I need to talk to in order to make a meeting. And I just need to get a good layabout for not only my employer, my I guess you'd say my lord, if you will, but also to see what's going around within the city.
Sure thing. And I promise you, there are going to be things in the city, geopolitical events and happenings that might draw your character further into the fold, especially given your character's stated profession and backstory. Rubbing of the hands. Okay, so trying to speed through the rest of it. Certain campaign changes. One thing that I want to let everybody know is that as of season 3, I know like previous sessions, I've alluded to the fact that there is this contest between groups of nobles over territory in the city, and I've rolled that out little by little. However, this season in particular, that noble civil war is going to heat up. One of the things that is going to begin establishing itself this session is things that happen on the map that will change the map. Not just in some of it, most of it will be territory, but some of it will be in terms of future complications, future establishments that may be there or may not be there. Buildings you're used to seeing no longer existing. Things of that nature. There were, in the background, of course, since session 1, there was a plan that was Tales of SEGLESIA. There was an underlying plot, and there still is. Certain planned story beats from the very first session. Knowing that I've run this campaign in a very multilinear / open world, I say multilinear because I think it sounds fancier, but open world format, it means that the path of the party has diverged in very unique ways. And as a result, some of those story beats sort of fell to the wayside. It is here that I'm going to announce to you that some of those story beats you will find return to the fold. So certain things that, seem to have no closure whatsoever in the past may show themselves in this season. So be prepared for that. And of course, the story is always a guideline. If the campaign goes a very specific way, if y'all, if certain actions are take place and you decide to take a very specific direction, then the campaign changes. That is to say, it morphs. It was sort of built with that in mind, which is a benefit of keeping things to a set geographic area like a city. It's better to account for those things. And I initially said that this would be a batch of one-shots, and I realized that wasn't really the case, because it is more like a campaign that has a quest system. which kind of works that way, but it has been more persistent than what I had mentioned in the beginning. But it seems like everybody has been immersed in the setting and in the game, so no problems there. More opportunities to affect the environment, as I am going to be, from this point, level 6. Everybody should be level 6. Make sure that you jump onto your D&D Beyond and make sure that your character is level 6. I am going to be speeding up level progression. This goes back to my tidbit about pacing and realizing that since this is a halfway point, I do want to make sure that your characters are provided more opportunities to be your characters and to do more things. So be prepared for a step up to progression of leveling as well. Sound good? Do I have everybody's okay on that piece?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
No, level us slower, please.
I mean, I could level you slower. But if I level you slower, that means I gotta be more careful about the challenges and the monsters I throw down.
Nah, just kill us. Just kill us all.
Okay, well,
Intellect the virus.
if you say so. All right.
That suck.
DM expectations, and then we're gonna begin. The first batch, these are not descriptive of any particular case or any particular or situation within the first 19 sessions. They are things that I want to just broadly remind everybody, so just please keep that in mind. There are no call outs here. It's literally just me going down the list and just making sure that we are adhering to these expectations. And the most basic ones, of course, are going to be, top of the line. As you know, Project Aurora being an open, inclusive, diverse community, and this campaign reflects that at the same time. Per usual, this was never an issue previously, but form letter, if I just go ahead and say this piece, no sensitive real life content, no racism, sexism, disrespect of gender or sexual preferences, themes of rape, sexual assault, themes of slavery, discussions about real life politics or real life religion, otherwise offensive or lewd behavior that would make somebody intentionally uncomfortable. Now, that is different on the role-playing side. If you are role-playing a character, there will be minor themes. There are going to be minor themes of religion, politics, race, gender, and sex, maybe some lewd in character stuff. I just want to make sure that everybody is abundantly aware that there is a separation between player and character, and we are all being very conscientious adults. If something seems way too risky, then I would say don't do that. But of course, we're here to have fun, so no bummers. Let's all have fun. No insults, toxicity, bad faith behavior. We haven't really had anything like that, so that's not a problem. If you have any need for an accommodation, I will assist you to the best of my ability. It is the duty of every player to acknowledge and respect those accommodations. And I also want to mention that I want to remind everybody to provide an opportunity to elevate your fellow players. Always keep in mind that there's a dynamic with different players and different characters about with their personalities, and some of those reach for the limelight, and some of those sort of await the limelight to come to them. Some of them, there's a bunch of different character types that are in between that. But just generally speaking, keep general mindfulness of your fellow characters, what they're doing, and if you are in opportunities where you could have your character elevate that character, take that opportunity, especially now since you are well established as a party. When we are playing, please keep engaged with what is happening in the world, even if it's happening with another player. Remember to keep attentive and keep present, and make sure that you are, here just as if you were at a physical game table. In that case, everybody would be able to see each other and see if somebody gets, if you need to go to the bathroom, whatever, that's fine. If an urgent thing comes up and you need to answer a phone call, that's fine. Life is an important thing and you need to be able to take care of the life things. But the hope is that we treat this like a table, and everybody remains present. And to that, I want to do my best to better cater to you as players and characters, to keep the immersion. So once again, hey, I love compliments, but better than compliments is criticism. So if you have any criticism for me and if you want to share that with me at any point in time, feel free to DM it. And I only get better through knowing what factors to tweak and focus on. So feel free to, once again, I am an open line. If you need to reach out for me, sure. But to me, more specifically, I would sincerely appreciate it. And of course, the rest is pretty much history. Everybody has an expectation how the game is run, and you know what my expectations are for as a DM. Don't believe there's anything else to cover. And that is going to do it for our little session 0 recap. Now, before we go any further, I do want to ask openly to my players, is there any particular questions, comments, compliments, or usually I have a fourth thing that's goofy, like croissants or cheese plates. Let's say cheese plate. Anything that you wish to address or ask me before we move forward?
You passed me the Gouda.
I am a big fan of Gouda, and there's Gouda on this plate, my friends. So you absolutely will get a big portion of Gouda.
Matt, just a question real quick. Are the level 6 sheets supposed to be imported yet?
That is a good point. One thing that I do want to ask all of you to do now before we start is, because I know that there are a number of things that have taken place in game on the Foundry session, things like how much gold you may have, certain items that are special or specific to that character, those things should be, that is to say, I'm hoping that you have recorded those things in D&D Beyond, because in order to kick us off, I'm going to need to import everybody's sheet really quick, which shouldn't take very long. But I want everybody to spend just a couple minutes now looking at their Foundry character sheet, looking at their D&D Beyond character sheet, and making sure the stuff in the D&D Beyond is up to date. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Through this whole list, that is something I could have asked you from the very beginning, but I'm asking you now because I didn't think about it. So in the meantime, hey, we got a couple minutes before I do all the imports. Said if anybody in chat wants to ask me a question, if anybody in game wants to ask me a quick question, then we can plow forward, which actually gives me an opportunity to reach out to somebody in particular. Gotcha. Okay. So, at this moment in time, I am going to begin re-importing everybody's D&D Beyond character sheet. I would like to ask if anybody in particular, is already updated on D&D Beyond front.
Yeah, I got everything.
You got everything?
I got
Yeah.
everything, which means I have nothing.
Yeah, because the only thing I really just needed was to bring the pistol over and some of the gold. And even still, I've been writing the stuff I got in the journal.
Okay, gotcha. In which case, I'm gonna hit that import button really quick. Let's see here. Start import, boom. And it should say level 6 by the time we're in proficiency groups. So let me make sure that I'm doing this correctly because it didn't work the first time. Campaign, let's go Tails. Let's go Winveer.
Yay, guinea pig.
So hit start import and it gives me error parsing character type error, cannot read properties of undefined reading proficiency groups. That's interesting. That is interesting. So let me see if maybe I do this instead. Hit import. Something about undefined property. How dare ye?
Heretic!
Mm-hmm. I don't think there's any undefined property.
Let me give this another shot here.
I think it might be the pistol.
Is it the pistol, you think?
I can remove the pistol from my sheet and see what it is. Give me a second.
All right, well, let's try Zug. Let me see if, because hopefully this isn't a.
Maybe it's because the game is paused?
I don't think it's because the game is paused.
The game's no longer paused.
Yeah, it's not working for anybody. That's a bummer. So let's do this really quick. I'm going to jump out of Foundry, jump back in the Foundry really quick. And then, so, sorry everybody, technical difficulties as I try to get everything up here. Let's see, I'm very specifically going to, I know what I need to do here.
You do?
I think so. Let's get my Foundry password really quick, and then boom. it's all turned blank, but that's fine. We're going to look at the module really quick, and that is the D&D Beyond importer. Just make sure if it needs an update.
For some reason, it's showing me like the admin access page.
Oh, that's fine. So, all right, just needed to update that. Okay, so let me go ahead and go back in, and we're going to do...
Bet the password's password.
You bet the password is password? Jeez.
That's gonna be Timothy Cheese.
I think it's Gouda. Because I have
Boom.
the information that he likes it.
Okay, so now that I have done that, just want to make sure that the D&D importer module is still active. It is. Let's give this another shot here. And I'm going to... Worst case scenario, this isn't necessarily going to be a huge... I wouldn't say it's a huge session for level up, because your stats are mostly going to be the same. And especially over a downtime session. So let's hit that import button again, see if that does it. That does it. Cool.
Oh, good.
All right.
Yay!
Resource selection, default.
We did it! We did it! We did it! Hooray!
We did it all by ourselves.
All right. Checking your sheet. It is level 6 Bard. Next, we're going to go to Zug, and we're going to import his. Is everybody else synced up between D&D Beyond and Foundry?
Good to go.
That's what I'm doing now.
Okay. Yep. Just make sure, once again, make sure that you had your gold written. That's probably going to be the biggest thing that changes. So,
Pain. Literal pain.
character must be set to public in order to be accessible. What? Is your character private? That does not seem correct.
I think I made it private originally when it was supposed to be like hidden, before he was introduced, and I think I made it like that originally. Let me go check.
It is private. No, it's not. Wait. Is it?
There we
It
go.
is.
You should be good to go now.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, it was only like that because of the whole reveal.
All right, let's just make sure that your token is 100% set. That's that, and then scoop. Got that set, sweet. And then we're going to do Orgoth. You ready?
Yeah, well, Foundry's still logging in.
Oh yeah, you'll want to reset Foundry, but it's synced up between D&D Beyond and Foundry, correct?
Yep.
All right, beaming you up, Scotty. You are a level 6 wizard. Congratulations. And then last but not least, Carter. Your D&D Beyond is updated. Carter.
Are you there, bud? The internet was supposed to help.
Carter.
Hey, Carter.
Hey, Carter.
Monsieur Carter.
All right. Well, I'll need to hit start import. So I'm going to. And he is imported. All right. So we should be pretty much ready to go, everybody. So, hey, in there, out there, across the world, is everybody ready for some Dungeons and Dragons.
I'm ready, but I think I'm still level 5.
What? You should not be level 5. No, you're level 6.
Orgoth for me is level 0.
Yeah, I'm level 0 here. That's weird.
No, it says level 6 for me. See, if I
I'm still
if I
on
bring it up, it
Roby's
says level
It's
6.
level 6.
Level 6. Roby's level 6. Level 6 and level 6. That's what's showing in Foundry.
Why am I showing at level 0? Do I need to refresh again?
You probably
Yeah.
need the refresh, yeah.
I'm a refresh too.
All right, so I think we are formally wrapping up technical difficulties, and now we can begin session. Allow me to bring you back into the fold. The last that the party remembers, since the very beginning of their journey, from Autumn Rock all the way to Roxy and Company, the party has partook in a number of different quests as part of an adventuring group known as the Righteous Sacrifice. This group consisting of Orgoth, Zug, Winvir, Roby, Rashid, and Scoop, with different characters entering and leaving the fold in the midst of all of this, succeeded in a number of triumphant adventures. They managed to sequester and become the leaders of a small thieves guild in the Winding Row. They managed to save a blacksmith from extortion and take it to the faction that was performing the extortion. They were able to uncover a plot by the group known as the Severed Hands in their attempts to discover the whereabouts of the weapons of the World Serpent. And even before that, they had partook in arena battles, in training montages, in strange events, forces that had plunged them into danger left and right. Now, in the aftermath of all of that, they reside within the building known as Roxy and Company, an establishment owned by Roxy Righteous, who is a former arena event promoter turned into a business owner. That business, Adventurers for Hire, and the Righteous Sacrifice are its one and main client for the time being. We revisit our adventures in a moment when Roxy Righteous receives a letter. In cutting open the envelope and reaching into the envelope to see its contents, she realizes that this letter was written by a former friend of everybody in the party, an adventurer known as Rashid El-Safar, who, after acquiring the weapons of Dendar, had made their hasteful leave from the Righteous Sacrifice. And as everybody is standing within the main room of Roxy and company. She reads out the letter. But as the words are read out, it is spoken in your minds in the words of Rashid, in the voice of Rashid himself. Feel free to unmute, Sensei.
Oh god.
Here we are. So, do the righteous sacrifice. By the time you wake up and begin reading this message, I should be halfway across Tahiri. The Serpent's Call is taking me to new places, new heights, and new realms I didn't even know existed. However, none of these things would have been possible without all of your help. And for that, I thank you. However, it wouldn't feel right not thanking you all, or for all the things that you taught or showed me along our travels. Now, for years, even since childhood, I was always considered a failure or good for nothing in my family. I had sought glory and riches out of greed. I had sought to achieve it by even any means necessary, even if it meant hurting people. To be acknowledged by people, by the populace for something. Anything. Now, I was alone, and though people would come and go in my life, from friends to even loved ones, no bond was stronger than the one of this and this little girl. For once, it even felt like I had brothers. That didn't care who I was or what I did, and I didn't do. And for that, I thank you all. Though I may be venturing off to close this chapter of my life, I didn't want to leave you all without saying somewhat of a goodbye. So, first things first. Torobi. So your curiosity is admiring, and despite your lack of emotions and your logical thinking that you wield, I know you have a heart. Because trust me, I've seen it in your actions, friend. Remember what our deal was, though, when it came to revivification. Remember, you can do a lot of good in this world. You have an opportunity to truly leave your mark on it. Do not waste your gifts like I did in the past. For the blessings you provide, one day, they may just save a life without magic or even the divine necessary. To Scoop, well, I appreciate you working with the group and finding a place in it. And with my departure, that means these band of chuckle fucks are your responsibility to ring about. So, I just ask, protect them, keep them safe, and trust me, eventually you'll receive more glory and gold than you could ever imagine. Oh, and by the way, since I am gone, someone has to do bathroom duty, so good luck with that. You can ask Roxy how to do that, but not my problem. Anyways, to Orgoth. From day one, we fought side by side as brothers in arms, and you've had great skill in martial prowess. Continue training and inspiring those around you with your skill. It seems so far that you already are doing so with your little apprentice. Well, train him to be a fine warrior, but Orgoth, please, for the love of Morgus, at least try to only sacrifice the fools who deserve it. Try to keep the innocents out of it, at least for me, buddy. Anyways, to Winvir. Winvir, I'll keep it frank. You're a pain in my ass, but I can't lie and say I didn't enjoy it from time to time. You showed me what it's like to have a true brother. Someone to look up to and aspire to be. You're ambitious and you know what you want. At times, I even aspire to be like you. Minus the uptightness. But to be a leader and a figure who can inspire those around. And around them to achieve whatever they seek. Between you all, you showed me that if you have a goal, a dream, fight like hell to seize the opportunity. And when there is no opportunity, well, you just may have to create one of your own. So thank you, Winvir, for everything. And last but not least, to Zog. I had to save my big green buddy for last, you know. And even though I may be your coach, I learned probably the most from you. From your determination, your will to fight for what you want, and your unrelenting resolve. No matter what challenge is put ahead of you, you rush ahead, and you don't stop until the job's finished. And with that, you have mine and the World Serpent's greatest respect. We acknowledge you as the big man, as they say. Also, don't forget your training regimen, and just in case I decide to leave it here for you, you have to do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every single day. By the time I get back, you better be able to kill somebody in one strike, or I'm probably going to have to kill you myself. So good luck with that. But everyone, I will be back in a couple of months, and when I get back, I might be a bit different, and I can't not disclose, well, where I'll be, due to I'm unsure of who knows of me and on what the wielders of the weapons are doing. But regardless, no matter what happens, no matter how long it takes, as long as these tattoos bind us all, we'll always be ready for a righteous sacrifice. From Rashid Al-Safar.
Oh shoot!
Not
I've
the
been
same.
muted the whole time. Sorry. Ha ha. So
Yeah, but
I
it's
want.
just a message, but
Yeah, sorry about
goodbye.
that. I mute myself sometimes, so my clicky clack keyboard is not caught by my microphone. I would like to thank Sensei for coming in and reading the letter written from Rashid, and I would also like to thank Rashid for writing such a thoughtful letter for the party. And thank Sensei for being an integral part to seasons 1 and 2. So everybody here in chat and all the players, please say thank you and farewell to Rashid for the time
Thank
being.
you.
Thank you, Sensei.
We'll see you in season 4.
Yeah, or maybe season 5.
Yeah, you know, maybe I'll have like a sort of Naruto Shippuden sort of drip remix or something. I don't fucking know. We'll figure it out. But anyways, thank you for having me, and goodbye.
Kakishi no Jutsu.
And with that, you do see Roxy Righteous fold the letter, and you see a tear trickle down her cheek. And she wipes the tear off her cheek. And she says, "Bless you, honey. I'm gonna miss you." Well, I hope Rashid's words came as a welcome music to your ears today. And I know y'all have been through quite a bit these past few weeks. And I think this is a good moment for me also, as your good friend and employer, but good friend mostly, to thank you, each of you, and Rashid, for giving me the opportunity to open this establishment and to start this, well, I wouldn't necessarily say luxurious, but very profitable and growing business, growing in renown and in name. Well, does anybody have any thoughts in terms of the letter? Fortunately, there's no return address, so there's no way to send a letter back, it seems.
Don't worry there, Roxy. Just write a letter about 25 words or less, and I'll see if I can at least send it to him.
Oh dear, that's gonna be that's gonna be a real toughie. 25 words or less. I wish, no, you don't want to use I. There's just kind of a filler word. Wish you best luck journey. I'll get back to you on that.
That's fine.
Roxy's going to step forward, and she is going to look over to Zug for a moment, and she's kind of eyeing him over in the corner. Oh, what are you doing, Zug, by the way?
Nothing. Zug is clearly crying his eyes out.
Okay, deception roll.
Disadvantage.
Nah, just roll deception. Oh, that is an 8. It's clear. It's very clear you are crying, and you are hiding it. So Roxy, being the orckin that she is she is going to walk over, and she is going to give a very solid slap on the shoulder. Solid slap on the shoulder, but in sort of a camaraderie and hope you feel better sort of way. And is going to basically say, Now, Zug, remember, you have to be big mans for Rashid. You have to be big mans.
Yeah. Zug big mans. I don't know what you're talking about. I was just taking a piss. Hey guys.
She's gonna look in the corner and she's gonna sniff and she's gonna, she's gonna roll her eyes. She's gonna start walking back the other way. I should mention to all of you that I started going through some of the list. I started going through the list of work that I had received over the past couple weeks, and for the most part, I'm starting to get a little bit of a pile on my desk, and a lot of it is pretty insignificant. So this would be an absolute great time for, while you're doing jobs here and there for Roxy and Company, for each of you to follow up on some of your own priorities. And I know you have them, because I've heard you talking about them around the office. And she's going to look over to Roby, and she's going to say, as I understand it, you and Ahi Waggletop, she performed an initial diagnosis, and you have an appointment coming up soon.
That is correct.
What is it? Now I know this has a lot to do with known unknowns and unknown unknowns. But out of those known unknowns, what things in particular are you hoping to discover?
I do not know what memories I have lost. Only fragments come over time. What I do know is that I once had a master that assisted with the healing of humans, and that I was able to partake in that business, and I was good at it. I enjoyed it.
Enjoyed it? She scratches her head a little bit. she says, I don't usually... well, then again, Warforges do have, quite the personality, even if it is... I guess that was a generalization. I apologize. Sometimes I do forget that automatons are just the same as everybody else.
I only use the word enjoy because of the interaction that my master, that I have seen, that we had. But that part of me is no longer here. It is corrupt. She has offered to rectify my programming. That would be most beneficial for myself and the party if I continue to stay with them.
Hey, well, let me just tell you that Ahi, she is in a league of her own, and if there's anybody that will be able to unravel that mystery, it's gonna be her. She knows her way around a wrench. She knows her way around schematics. She knows her way around even things like automaton memories. She is going to be your best bet, and I guarantee that.
I do not know if you understand, but I am not a wrench, nor am I a schematic.
Oh,
I hope that she has
I
as much aptitude.
Sure. I didn't mean it that way. I just know that she knows her way around tools. Anyways, yes, she comes highly recommended. In my book, and in plenty of other people's books, you are in good hands.
I imagine Roby, because he doesn't really have emotions at this point, but I imagine he's giving that kind of almost sideways head tilt of confusion. You could see on his face, he's processing and doesn't acknowledge, just kind of turns around
and of course, Roxy, being the sociable person that she is, sort of just kind of nods awkwardly and is like, okay, and then thumbs up and then moves over and says, so Orgoth, you've been I know you've been spending some time with that new apprentice of yours. What is it that you hope to accomplish with that apprentice?
Well, make him more powerful. Sort of like my legacy, I guess.
Hey, legacy, that's a big word. That is the best L word. The best one. And I never thought you had it in you. I never thought you had the finesse of teaching as a part of your skill set, but you've surprised me yet again.
I mean, it is difficult at times, but I know what I'm doing, I think. It would be better if I had some live subjects that we could kill. But I know the guild doesn't want that, so...
She's gonna give sort of like a big toothy smile, sort of like a... Yeah, just be careful about, the stuff you do in the city. You don't want a price on your head or anything. Oh, same thing goes to you, Zug.
What?
Oh, nothing. I just know that you, Mr. Big Man's, on your quest to become an even bigger man's. You have a tournament that may be coming up in the future at some point. You have. It sounds like you had a recent run-in with a specific orc tribe as well.
Yeah, me and Norgoth killed Gargantua and Smallmans. Really easy.
Fun times.
Yeah.
So, hey, I come from a different tribe altogether, but the Wildfist clan, that is the tribe of Nargal Bluetooth. Rest her soul. So, make sure to, just kind of mention to them that you fought in the arena alongside Nargal, and that might give you a little bit of an up for them.
Okay, we might try to take it over.
And we'll see. Not going in linear order, so I'll get back to you. But Roxy is gonna move over here. Is gonna look to Winveer and say, "Do I need to be worried about you taking up different names during your work? Are you trying to hide from somebody?"
Oh, not at all. If I was trying to hide, I wouldn't be working for you.
Right. That's difficult. Hey, I am not in the business of hiding. I'm in the business of elevating. You in particular, taking on so many different names. I've seen Righteous Sacrifice mentioned in the broadsheets at least once recently. So, at some point, I can only imagine that the public and the press are going to want to know more about the actual names of the people that I employ. So, what do you plan on doing in that circumstance? Can you run this down for me?
It's simple. We're still going to use Victor Kaisar as expected. Any of the other names that come, up, and so be it. I like to change it around from time to time.
Is there anybody in particular that knows you as Winveer?
A select few, and I'd rather not have it larger.
Well, if that's the case, then I'll make sure 100% if I am ever reached out by the SEGLESIA Herald or anybody else to use Victor Kaisar. Unless you want me to change that, just let me know if that's the case.
Victor's a good one. More fitting for the press, if you will.
She nods. She gives a wink and a thumbs up. And lastly, she looks over to Scoop and says, "So," gives the finger guns and says, "Satyrkin."
What?
You're the newest member of the troop. And I mean, it seemed to me like you came well recommended by Rashid here in the letter.
He was lying. Don't trust him.
Are you speaking truth or are you deceiving? Are you being sarcastic?
He's being sarcastic.
Okay. Insight. Okay, she's not very insightful right now. She kind of nods and says, "Well, I mean, as long as you're doing any work with the rest of these individuals, I should pay you the same. Pay you just the same. I mean, it is employment. You're going to say no to employment?"
I mean, I would never take money from a woman.
Well, would you take money from a business owner in the business of adventurers?
If we're still talking about you, no.
She's gonna blink and she's gonna tilt her head to the side and she's gonna say, "So how exactly do you plan on making any sort of bank while you're, working alongside, and she gestures to everybody else.
Oh, don't worry. I have my own hustles. I don't need no handouts. I think every woman should keep all the money for themselves, anyways.
She kind of looks up and then kind of like squints a little bit, and then sort of
You keep the money. Trust me.
nods a little bit and is like, it's not how I would do business, but what if, for instance, would you accept money from any of these individuals here?
From a man, definitely not. No.
You want to accept money from nobody?
I'll accept money if I get the money myself.
Isn't that the same thing as the work you're doing here?
No, I want to physically take the money with my own hands. I don't want to be given it.
Oh, geez, this is going to be really awkward for my bookkeeper. We'll figure out a system, but I think that system should be based upon spoils of adventuring rather than direct payment of me. Is that my understanding?
Look here, Toots. I don't know you. I want to get to know you, so you keep the money, and that's all that has to be said.
She's going to chuckle aloud, and she's going to say, let's calm it on the Toots, but hey, we can work with this. And she is going to step back a little bit, and she's going to turn around and be like, by the way, you're absolutely right. We haven't had quite an opportunity for me to introduce myself to you. And at this precise moment, I would like everybody to roll a perception check.
Perception check.
I'm just getting the bad rolls out of the way. Oh God. Only Windveer.
All right, so we got Windveer. Okay, so Windveer's got that 17. We got Zug, Scoop, Orgoth. So we got a roll from Carter, potentially. For certain,
need a roll from Carter.
For certain, Windveer, you are going to notice this. You remember seeing this. Oh yeah, by the way, Carter, perception check.
It's like loading super slow, but I was gonna say, what about the passive?
Yes, your passive is La-ti-da.
Because I imagine he's like not really paying attention per se, so I think passive would be what would happen.
Okay. With your passive, you wouldn't, given the circumstance. How much does your passive come out to? Because it's not showing for me right now.
Yeah, my thing is literally, I don't know why it's loading so slow on my side.
His passive is 14.
Yeah.
Okay. In which case, it's going to be mainly Windveer. Windveer.
Yep.
You've seen this before. You've seen this once before. It was in the arena, and it was moments after the tower started coming down. You notice, what everybody else notices is that she does a punch, a kick in the air, and then jumps up, almost hangs in the air for just a second too long, and then
Whoa, that's pretty impressive.
and then comes down with a fist to the floor. What Windveer notices, because Windveer has seen it before, is this spectral presence that is encircling and surrounding her as she does this. And I want you to make an Arcana check.
All right. Not one of my stronger suits, but I'll see if I can do with it. 19.
All right, finally. It did not dawn on you the first time that you saw it, but it dawns on you now that this spectral presence, when you saw it before, it had literally entered into her body at a moment when all time was stopped. And it is doing the same now, except as you are interpreting this, you actually notice that when she leaps to the ground and then punches the ground, she doesn't leave a dent in the floor, but there is this magical shockwave that erupts from it. You actually see it, and it occurs to you that Roxy Righteous has a very specific class type. Roxy is a monk warlock cross class, and that entity entering into Roxy is a patron. It is the patron themselves entering into it. And you remember what happened last time the patron entered into Roxy. As she strikes the ground, everybody feels sort of a tingle go up their spine. And their vision begins swirling with illusory mists. And she stands up and she crosses her arms. She puts on the sunglasses. And this is the moment where all y'all, once again, I need you to jump onto the stream and watch this baby go live. Everyone, we're about to kick it off with another montage minute. The name's Roxy Righteous, baby. And there's much more than what meets the eye. Roll that filter. Ha 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 ha! It's time for part 3, everyone. Time for the montage minute. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Roxy Righteous Montage Minutes. I am your explorer from Zandora, your cyberpunk queen, Roxy Righteous, baby. And it is time, once again, for us to tackle a session of skill challenges and epic adventure. Today, we have an exciting rollout to present to all of you. As I need to make it much larger. There we go. Tonight's skill challenge is called 3 months later. It is the name of the session for tonight, and it is the emphasis of every player in this campaign to engage in both downtime activity and to engage with SEGLESIA itself and their backstories over the course of 3 months. So, let's get to it. Your actions in SEGLESIA have left their mark, but this is only just the beginning, baby. There's a whole world of trouble and adventure that await the righteous sacrifice, and we can't simply stay still. Time marches on, my friends. Let's see what the next few months have in store for you. This skill challenge is a compilation of many skill challenges. Rule 1. Each month I will be rolling events for that month. Mainly, we will be fulfilling downtime tasks. At the end of each month, there will be a party quest, which is a much smaller endeavor, a skill challenge within a skill challenge, of which the results of that quest will have various rewards. Those rewards based upon degree of success. Now, downtime. We have 3 months as the clock moves forward. Each month will count as one main downtime activity per player, per character. What you choose may have its own follow-up tasks, but each character will have about 5-minute time limit each month, of which they will state what their downtime activity is. We will go through what the effects of that downtime activity are, and if anything in particular happens during that period of time, we will play out any of those opportunities. Characters, of course, it will be presumed that they will be running side quests and things for Roxy and company in the background. So there will be automatic gold rewards rolled each month, on top of any benefits of the downtime activities. I have compiled a list of various different downtime suggestions. You, as characters, have already seen this list and have already seen multiple suggestions on how to utilize downtime, but you have also mentioned to me what downtime activities you are interested in participating in over that 3-month period. So, as we move forward, please know that there are specific events that will take place. At the beginning of each month, I will roll these events. The 2 main categories of events will be the Noble Civil War. There has been trouble in SEGLESIA. The nobles have not been very kind to each other, and factions have been established. This, for the most part, has remained in the background. However, this season, you will see these events come to the forefront. They may still, to some degree, happen in the background, but there is greater risk of complication, greater risk of encounter, of opportunity. On top of that, there is a hidden menace. A hidden menace of which I will not speak. But as this unknown threat grasps its claws on SEGLESIA, I will be making private rolls to generate future campaign complications. And these may be foreshadowed in tonight's session, or they may not. But if they are foreshadowed, they may appear in the news, or could be witnessed during your downtime activities. Finally, of course, if we have time, pacing is key. We will be running a short skill challenge, a month quest. At the end of each month, there will be a new significant quest on Roxy's desk, and characters will venture to the location and roll for a quick skill challenge. These skill challenges will be set up in such a way where every character will get 1 roll, and after that, the quest ends. The degrees of success will yield rewards, which could be reputation, treasure, items, and other such things. Some last-minute advice to all of my players out there. Roleplay this session as moments in a montage rather than scenes. Play to your strengths. Do not power play or rush actions on your turn. Now, 5 minutes is not a lot of time, and you may be tempted to try to fit a lot into that time period. However, if I get the sense that any particular player is trying to speed run their way through their 5 minutes, I will cut the 5 minutes short. Also, don't overthink your options. You have plenty of options on the table. Do whatever makes most sense to you as a character. Finally, as we go through this skill challenge of skill challenges, if you believe that any particular moment deserves more than simply the time and spotlight than what is permitted in this session, move onward and reach out to me by DM so that I might consider it for the following session, either as a retcon or a recap. think, long period of time, small moments. And as always, go get 'em, Tigers. All right, clear as mud. We're gonna go right into it. Yeah, I know. I've been holding back. I've been saving it for a special time, and I think the beginning of season 3 is just as good a time as any. So let's get the background music rolling, and let us move to the map. And I'm gonna need everybody to roll an initiative, because I want to see in what order we're going to go in. Once again, just double click on your character token, find the initiative tracker. If it's not here, oh, it probably isn't here because I haven't technically started a combat. So for the sake of this, I'm actually going to add you all to a combat just so that I have those rolls. Boom. And y'all, please go ahead and roll that initiative. Love it. Hey, so I'm gonna write down that order. So we have Winveer, followed by Roby, followed by Scoop. Now, of course, if anybody has a downtime activity that involves another character, that character will still have their own downtime activity to get to. And then we have Zug last. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and end the combat, which of course ends my music for some reason. And we're gonna hit play music again. All right, now that I have the order, let's bring it to the map screen. The map of SEGLESIA. You all find yourself at Roxy and Company. And at least for the time being, I am actually going to disable the political map, just that we see the original map for all its original glory. And I'm going to roll for events. First and foremost, as I've mentioned, the Noble Civil War is kicking into high gear. Oh. I notice that it's actually, ooh, this is not popping up in the game screen. Shoot. I figured it would have popped up for everybody. Well, I should have tested that. Okay, so I'll just say what it is. You'll hear the sound effects, and that's fine. In a particular ward of SEGLESIA, in Maноrside, which is located here, let me make sure that okay, good. And I'll zoom out here just to make sure that I can interact with the tokens. Okay, cool. So how I'm rolling this is that each of the 3 factions is rolling a d6 to determine how aggressive or regressive they are. And the first roll is New Monarchy, which is headed by Hinterlander and Greymont, which is I can provide context if you have questions, but they have made a solid advancement, and it seems that they have moved the Reformers out. This is not going to be immediately apparent to everybody. This is happening through the session. So for clarification, there are 3 factions. Those 3 factions are New Monarchy, the Reformers, and the Loyalists. The Loyalists, they're loyal to the king. And because the king is in a coma, they are trying to hold order in the city and uphold the rule of the Crown's Guard. The second faction, which is the Reformers, this is you could say the political front of the Vanguard, which is the rebellion against the Crown's Guard. They do not want the tyrant king to remain in power. They want to replace it with a much more fair rule. What that looks like, it is hard to say, but they are underdogs attempting to overthrow the king. And then third, you have New Monarchy. New Monarchy is a contesting power that wants to rule the throne with an iron fist, extremely based upon the fact that might is right and wishing to rule over SEGLESIA with strength and without mercy. And as it stands, New Monarchy has definitely taken territory. The second thing I'm going to roll is what event is going to happen. That's going to be a D20. And that event is going to be 5. Okay. Something has happened to someone. Oof. I will reveal that as we go along. So, first and foremost, top of the order, well, that's going to be Winveer. So, Winveer, what is your first order of business? Downtime business. Now, as I begin, I'm going to begin the 5-minute counter. And please let me know what you plan on doing with your month 1 downtime. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. In which case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move you over to the place where Severo would be located, as you are speaking to him in his office. And rare is it that he looks up and he has something other than a scowl. He has actually a bit of a smirk on his face. He says, "Ah, Sir Pendragon, I was just thinking about you. You see, there has been a number of things happening around the city as of recent that demands a little bit of finesse of somebody of your capabilities. But first, what is it that you have to deliver?"
Bro, mostly dealing with the onset of interesting characters showing up. I was able to actually deal with them. Sadly, though, is the main manor for Baker's Row was destroyed. Sadly enough, but it's Other than that, I was able to deal with it as such, as it is a very vital point, as well as one of the highly renowned bakers for our king.
Mm.
Not only that as well,
Mhm.
as he as he takes out his own written version of the liquid death, is put down on paper.
Mhm.
I was able to read one of the contents of the journal, and I figured this would probably be better to you have the knowledge with it, in case it ever comes up again.
He takes it and he is going to review it, and I'm going to actually roll. I'm going to actually roll a naked d20 for his Arcana check of what is on it. Okay, he is looking at it, and I guess we'll roll another. Add. Oh yeah. He is doing a very, okay, you're going to tell right away. He's doing a very bad job of hiding the fact that he can't make heads or tails of the note, that he's not familiar with any of the stuff. You've interacted with him enough where you can sort of notice the tell. He basically takes the note and he says, very well, I will make sure to gain more information based upon the intel you've provided me, and you have done decently well on your outreach abilities. However, there is one situation that I do need your assistance with. You see, a particular individual has gone missing, and I need your assistance in trying to track down the whereabouts of this individual. The last that they were seen was in the southeastern cemetery. It seems that they may have either abandoned their post or have been picked up by somebody. This individual is a fellow diplomat, as you are. So you would do very well to try to bring them back to the fold if possible.
Very well then, my lord.
In which case, for the next, I'd say, because we only have a few seconds left, bringing you, if you want to follow up on that, then you can go directly to the cemetery and you can do an investigation check.
I'll go do that. All right, investigation. Come on, baby, work for me. It don't work for me.
Okay. From your investigation, you weren't able to find a lot of distinct pieces of evidence of them being in that location. It does very much seem that your search here has yielded at least a mark on one of the Mausoleum doors. And as you enter that particular building and go down, you notice that there is a particular item that doesn't seem to belong in a Mausoleum. It appears to be a stopwatch that has been cracked. The glass of it has been cracked. It has fallen on the floor.
I'll pocket it.
And at least for now, that is going to make it for this turn. Moving forward, hey, Roby, are you there?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So we are going to zoom in on Roby and state for us what downtime activity are you partaking in this first month?
Well, I mean, for those of you who were here the last time that game was going, the lady said, what was it, like a couple days or less than a week she'd be ready. So the first thing he'd do is kind of help out the party, do whatever they need to do, but as soon as the appointment, he'd be there.
Okay.
With a homegirl.
Excellent. So that is the appointment with Ahi Waggletop, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in which case, let me just click that timer on, and then I will move you over and throw Ahi on the board. All right. This will be a bit of a fun one. So, once you get in, you notice that the door is pretty much, ajar as you enter, and as you climb all of the steps to get to the top, you notice that Ahi is half submerged, trying to repair and it seems like upgrade her large automaton. There is a large, it's double your height and it's plenty of your width, a clockwork humanoid looking robot that looks to be built for combat, very specifically fighting with their fists, and it has massive fists. As she looks over and she's like, oh, it's time. I have my station ready. Just come right over this way. And she brings you into a side room, which has this sort of bay window overlook. And there's a sort of a table there that sort of looks like a dentist chair, or not. It's a chair that sort of looks like a dentist chair. And there are all sorts of, there's contraptions kind of hanging down from the ceiling. There's like a rolling chair. There's entire rack of like tinkerer's tools and smithing tools and all sorts of different stuff. Looks like it has all been tidily prepared. And she gestures over for you to sit. She says, let's see what we can find out from what's in there. And she ends up tapping you on the forehead on a step stool, because she's a gnome. So I presume that you sit back and then allow the diagnosis to begin.
Yeah, I mean, I would say to just take note that as he's coming in, he's definitely perceiving around the room just to get an understanding. He doesn't know this person. It has been mentioned by numerous people, I'm sure, the people that he at this point trusts, that she's trustworthy. So he's not like skeptical of her, but definitely after you explain the fact of the automaton that seems to be very much created for the purpose of a toy, so to speak, BattleBot-esque kind of vibe.
Yep.
He's cautious as to like what her intents are.
Okay. She giggles a little bit, and she says, "Oh, you'll be fine. I've dealt with plenty of models of Warforged of various different makes, and you, my friend, you might be a little different from some of the models that I've worked with before, but there's no component in there that I don't know. I don't know how to unlock. There's no screw I don't know how to turn, and we're gonna get to the bottom of this, you and I." And she's going to roll a persuasion check to try to calm you down with that.
Yeah, and can I also can I roll a perception? Because something else, I just want to let the dice let me know if I'll see basically what I'm trying to perceive, because I like to explain it before I do it. That does it look like she's piecemealing these parts together, or does it look like she's professionally putting them together? Is where I'm going.
You see a mixture.
If-
Well, yeah,
I
it
can
depends
tell.
on your roll here. So that roll
Yeah.
is
Low. It's average.
the roll didn't pop up, but I heard the dice roll. Oh, I see.
Did I do it wrong?
It came up as 11. Do you have it set to public roll?
Let me check. Hold on. Click. Click.
And that's fine. With an 11,
It's default to private for some reason.
okay, that's fine. With 11, you notice that the automatons in the room, there are multiple different automatons. There's small ones, there's larger ones, there's ones that are, that are there. I have something planned for this, so we're going to go over time. There are some that have been deconstructed, some reconstructed with different parts, some that are very well crafted. It's all over the board. You actually get better confidence taking a look at all of the different items in the room. That this individual knows what they're doing, regardless of what form or what make or model she's working with.
All right, so I would say with that and the persuasion roll, yeah, I feel like she do the little tap on the head, and he would almost, animalistically, like a dog, turn and sit in the seat.
All right. And she is going to rub her hands, put her goggles on, and she's going to say, all right, let's begin. Also, the music playing is music that I have created. So as she begins to dissect, she is going to begin by saying, okay, well, I need to put you in a power low state. You can't be shut down while I do this, otherwise things could go awry. So are you ready?
You can begin.
Here we go. And as she goes under the head part, she actually undoes and pulls the back part of your head, the back plate of your head, and starts tinkering with some of the components there. And I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw. And that is a 12. Ooh. So, as you are being brought into a power low state, you are noticing that certain parts of your chassis, like your fingers, your quote unquote feet, even like your arms, are starting to twitch a whole bunch. You're noticing all sorts of nerve malfunction while this is happening, and Ahi is being like, I didn't realize how sensitive a model you are. Well, I'll try to be more careful. And as she is working, you are being brought into a power low state, which you are still aware, but because it is not the same energy level that you're used to, I'm going to need you to roll a wisdom saving throw. And unfortunately, because you failed the con save, you're going to roll this at a disadvantage.
Okay. I'll just roll it again.
Okay. All right. You are able to keep aware throughout the entire process. And you are actually able to kind of hone in on what components and what pieces are being worked on. You don't necessarily have feeling, but you have little bits of sensory here and there. And as you do, you kind of notice that Ahi is poking around at the center part of your head. She has already worked through different parts of your arms and your legs and your chest. But as she is going through, in this case, actually, it's your chest. As she is going through the mechanisms inside of your chest, she stops and she blinks. And she says, oh, that makes so much sense. You're more of a clerical type, correct?
I do not work with paperwork. I am a healer.
Oh, I meant more of the religion type.
My apologies. I also do not have a religion. However, the language, there are multiple words, or multiple meanings of the same word. My confusion.
She immediately grabs a sheet of paper and she says, there's something attached to your core here, which is not typical of Warforged, but and as she draws the thing that she's seeing, she sticks the paper in front of your optics so that you can see what it is she drew. And here's a more hold on a second. I'm trying to get everybody to change permissions of observer. Oh, do I? I don't have. Oh, show to all. There we go. Boom. This is what you see. Make a religion. Would you know? Oh, well, she would know. Never mind. I'm trying to remember the notes I have.
I was gonna say if I have to roll for anything that is memory wise, I'd say I'd roll at disadvantage at best.
Exactly. I have my notes in here. I'm reviewing my notes.
Okay.
So Ahi says this is a holy symbol of Farika. Farika, as I reckon that you don't have a lot of memory in that noggin of yours, is the goddess of affliction, poison, and medicine, which makes perfect sense because you are absolutely the healing and affliction dealing type. Makes also a lot of sense. Oh, I guess out of character. You mentioned details about your previous owner, right?
Yeah.
To her, it's like also makes sense that was your previous owner, given the work that they were in. It looks like there is a specific wiring connected to it. This is not typical of any automaton that I know. Usually they wear their holy symbols on the outside, but this one is literally fastened to you. Anyways, I'm almost done here, but I notice this should actually explain why you can't remember a lot of things. You see, I'm poking around in your cranium, and I notice that you have a tri-node memory bank. It seems that only one of the nodes is working right now. The other two, the wiring seems to have been frayed. I have replacement wiring here, but the thing is that these tri-node memory banks, basically there's 3 nodes and each of them makes a redundant copy. It's typically how it works. But it's impossible to say if any of the other banks are as corrupted as the main one that you're using. So, it's hard to say what will happen when I try to reconnect them. I'm going to need your permission to proceed.
You may proceed.
She's going to rub her hands, and she's maybe a little bit nervous here because this is a very sensitive area. And she's going to be like, all right, this is my finesse, so let's give this a go. And she rolls a 15, and because she is successful, that means when you roll, you're intelligent. You will need to roll an intelligence check And that intelligence check will not be at a disadvantage.
So just straight intelligence.
Straight intelligence. If you have any bonus to your intelligence, then you can use that.
Yeah. So just to clarify, are we talking specific intelligence or just bare bones? Because I mean, I do have a little bit of background in history. AKA
that is a
proficiency in
good
history and religion.
question. That's a good point. Listen, if you have a background in history, then I think that's gonna be the meat and gravy of the stuff. So basically, what happens is had replaced these connectors, reattached them, and is like soldering their ends, and all of this is happening live. And you are getting a flood of new information. It could be that some of it is still corrupt. It could be that some of it is fully intact, but it all depends. It's all going to depend upon the roll. So please roll your highest history check that you possibly can.
Public at normal now, since we're trying to fix it.
Was that a question?
That's what I was asking. Yeah.
So you will need to roll your history check, normal history check.
Oh, that's weird. It didn't roll. Public, normal. Oh, hold on. I just got to refresh. Like now I'm clicking it and it's not rolling, so I think it bugged out. Gotcha. I'm having technical difficulties with my new house.
All right. That is a-okay. Once again, to all the other players, while I did mention 5-minute time limit, this is something that I'm doing specifically for Roby because Roby's backstory is something that's been concealed for a chunk of time, and it's important to start rolling some of that stuff out for many different reasons. So some dedicated time for that is being injected. Just let me know when you're back up.
Yeah, it's not loading. Let me close that. Yeah, guys, I get all the time, and guess what's funny? I leave. I'm never coming back. I'm taking all. No.
Oh, yikes!
I've never had this much technical difficulties. I mean, I got AT&T fiber now, and I would think it would work great. So let's go back.
It could be firewall stuff or something. Oh, if you want me to do a guest roll for you, I can do that too.
Yeah, just do that, just so we can continue.
All right. Well, in which case, with the confidence of me, your DM, you are just checking again. You are a-okay with me rolling and seeing what the result becomes.
Yeah, roll some Roby history.
All right. Cross fingers. Let's see how high we go. Ooh. That is a 20.
Good call.
Okay, so I got some stuff to share with you. You will return to this space where data is soaring past you. You remember glimpses of being in this space where the data was all escaping you, breaking apart, deteriorating. But you notice symbols, digits flying through the air in this scene that were extinguished, sort of light themselves back up again. You are noticing a lot more of the data flying through is connecting together. You are seeing lines begin to form and heal as it occurs to you that the other nodes that have been reattached has an abundance of redundant information. Some of it back from a certain date and prior is gone. It's unrecoverable, but so much about the past number of months is revealed to you. First, your latest memory, or that is to say, your latest memory, before you remember being in the sewers of SEGLESIA, you had a dicey relationship with a local butcher at a time when you were a decomposed, deconstructed and reconstructed model, and you were not performing to your highest level. And this butcher that had you in his employ was extremely disappointed in you. This butcher, you remember his name. He was not just a butcher, he was a blacksmith in Newborough, and his name was Derman Voss. And what's interesting about Derman Voss is that he had ties with this side interest group that you don't know much about, but what you know much more about is the fact that Derman Voss was a minor member of a particular faction. And as a matter of fact, as these memories start flowing through you, it occurs to you that this is the same faction that what you remember as your original owner was a part of. That is to say, the cleric who had owned you before, of which you and him had worked to heal people that were brought in from various disasters and various incidents around the city. And at that time, you remember being at your most useful as a cleric, as a medic. That individual's name, I hope you're writing this stuff down, by the way. But I can review it for you later. That individual's name is Corbane Ballister. He worshipped Farika, same as the symbol that is in your chassis. He had some ties to the Temple of Divinity, which is the central temple in the city. And he, along with Derman Voss, had ties to the Vanguard. The Vanguard, same as the Reformers that I had mentioned, the Vanguard is the rebellion against the king of Leonios, which is King Godfrey. And it comes to your memory as these bits and pieces fly past you. You remember your first memory with Corbane Ballister. And you remember the image of the man who sold you to him, or put you in Corbane Ballister's care. A mysterious individual. And at first, it crosses your mind that the medic, Corbane, was not your first owner. You've had a track record, even before that, lost to time and lost to data corruption. However, the person who initially put you in the employ of Corbane Ballister, this mysterious individual, is an extremely high up member of the Vanguard. And I need to check to see if his art still exists in my game here, because then I would need to actually. Oh, it probably does not. Okay, that's fine. His name Okay, I was just checking. His name is Jin Okian, who is an archmage of the Vanguard. Let me drop his token so that you know what he looks like.
And is this group like a super secretive group or a group that people don't want to talk about?
It is a very secretive group. This is a rebel group against the Crown's Guard, which is the faction of the king. The Crown's Guard and the Vanguard are mortal enemies of each other. And the Vanguard's goal, as the reformer political faction, that's the political front for them, but the actual militant faction is the Vanguard. The Vanguard wants to overthrow the king. And so, throughout a number of months, there have been raids on several locations in SEGLESIA by the Crown's Guard, uprooting as many of the Vanguard as possible. There have been events over the past 3 months that are still slow to process, but you realize that there has been a lot of strife between these two groups here in the city. And that this individual, Jin, is not an insignificant individual. They are a very prominent member of the Vanguard. And so it stands to reason that if you want to know more about the time prior to the past number of months, you will need to find a way to either contact Jin, locate where he is at, or find someone who knows Jin. Because there are still large gaps of information that is not there. It is still lost to corruption. But as you come out of this trance state, you find yourself in the lab again, and Ahi is looking over you and is snapping her fingers. They're like, hey, how many fingers am I holding up? And she's holding up 3.
You are holding up. Well, is her whole right hand up?
Yes.
You are holding up 5 fingers. Well, 4 fingers and 1 thumb if you count correctly, into the air. However, you have 3 of them extended.
She looks over and she says, good enough. Good enough. So, I believe that's all we have to do today. I wasn't able to find anything else that needed tidying up, and the main thing was the Trinode database, but it looks like things are online. You're not malfunctioning. The nerve twitches have stopped. How do you feel?
I believe that you have connected some of my memory banks. They are not fully activated at the moment, but I do have some memories. Were you able to see, or were you simply doing the hardware?
She said, I haven't figured out a way to actually tap into the memories of Warforged. That's a whole nother game. But looks like you're all up and running, and you're all as healthy as a duck. The only thing is, you're still sort of you're retrofitted with a lot of experimental parts. And I gotta say, I'm gonna have to do more research, because I haven't seen some of these components in almost any of the other Warforged that I've worked on. So I've taken schematic drawings of them, and I'm gonna be doing some research over this next month. So make sure to at least stop by and visit, if it not for just a short period of time, just so I can give you an extra briefing.
Quick clarification. So during this stint of time that I would have been in the know of this semi-secretive group, I'm assuming there would have been some sort of communication, thinking of it like a thieves' cant kind of vibe, something that they would say to one another so they know who's part of that group.
There is some information locked away. Yes, there's some information that is recovering. And
okay.
Ahi is basically saying, now how these things usually work is not everything is gonna come back to memory at once. It's really only going to come back to memory once you have a case to use that part of your data bank. So I'd say get some rest. Try to work on recovering as much of that as possible as you're doing so. And that could be simply by, taking some jaunts around town, being to places you figure you've been before, or, having somebody else help you fill in some of the gaps.
I understand. I will get back with my party and see if anyone else needs assistance. As he's leaving, he kind of is talking out loud to himself. But I mean, he's not paying attention. He's not trying to say it to her. He's just saying out loud. She says she is good with Warforged. However, she does not understand. We do not sleep. I am confused as he's leaving the door.
She waves.
Go get some sleep.
She waves goodbye as you work your way down all of the steps. You find it peculiar that Ahi uses sort of switches between Warforged and humanoid language to describe it, and you can tell that she has been working on Warforged for a while, and she's sort of gets her wires crossed sometimes. So at that point, that's going to conclude your non-5 minutes. And we are going to move it forward to the next individual. Now, the next individual on that list, let's see, was Scoop.
Yes.
All right. What are you planning on doing this first month?
The first month, while hopefully information hasn't gotten out yet, he wants to maybe essentially find, because I didn't know this myself, that the group kind of runs a bit of a thieves guild, but he wants to find maybe some pirates, actually, if you will, to see if he can trade this key to the house that he got and sort of hyping the key up for maybe some rare products that they have. So, specifically inks or tattoos, but he wants to sort of make some connections and use this key as leverage.
Gotcha. Absolutely. I think you have hit it on the nail. As you are, as you engage in conversations with your counterparts, it is made bare that your party has engaged a thieves guild and is basically taken it over. So that would be a perfect place to start. I would say it might be a good idea to bring somebody along with you, just as a somebody who can vouch for you. Where's Windveer? Okay, we're gonna bring Windveer back, just in case he wants to be the person. So you will want to choose one individual to vouch for you.
In the brief time Scoop is here, it seems like Windveer has most of the connection, so he would bring Windveer.
All right. In which case, I'm gonna start that timer now, and I'm gonna bring both of you over to the location where the Thieves Guild is located. Winvir shows you the entrance inside of a warehouse, and that there's a kind of a secret trap door that leads down into the sewers. I imagine you could point out where you found Roby for the first time down there as you were entering.
Mm-hmm.
And since you already know, Winvir, since you already know the tricks of where the traps are, you know exactly how to navigate it and use the secret doors to get to the spot where Sandora's offices is. Sandora is a halfling who is the individual that runs this Thieves Guild. And this Thieves Guild is a sort of its own sect of the Rat Catchers, which is a larger franchised Thieves Guild. However, its destination or its future, being as part of the Rat Catchers, is sort of in a feeble state. And you can definitely tell that Sandora is trying to deal with a bunch of like different correspondence and stuff. And she stands up and she says, "Hey, Winvir!" Or sorry, no, "Hey, Victor!"
Sandora, and it is lovely to see your face again.
And she walks up, and she gives a nod. Both of you will notice that two rogues have kind of stepped up from behind. One of them is a Hanu, and the other one is a sort of blue-colored humanoid. And both of them look on, and they're both sort of staring daggers into you, Scoop. And Sandora is like, "So, who is this? I don't recognize him."
He's a new associate of ours. Don't worry, he's friendly enough. He's actually here in order to be able to do a negotiation with a product that he found and figured to be able to get some cash, get some gold out of it.
Really? She's going to walk right up to you, Scoop. And she's going to stare directly up to you, and she's going to kind of give you a bit of a look over and say, "So, what's this I hear about an item?"
The Scoop kind of bows, says, "Greetings, my lady. Yeah, found this rare key. Despite what my associate," he looks at him, says, "not really looking for gold, looking for more of exotic goods, if you catch my drift." And then he kind of says, while he's saying that in thieves can't, he's looking for like black market art supplies, essentially.
You speak in thieves can't. So therefore, she's gonna roll an insight check on you really quick. Look over to Winvir and look over to you and be like, "Sure thing. So you're looking to sell this, or what goes to this, it seems like."
Yeah, very valuable. Just picked it up. It's pretty hot.
So, oh, hot. How hot are we talking?
I mean, not hotter than you, but I mean, you let this sit around for about 2 more weeks and probably gonna be no good.
She squint eyes at you and then raises a brow. She looks at it and she says, "So, tell me about this place."
I mean, traps everywhere, large, massive paintings, couple of security, but wasn't good enough to stop me, if you catch my drift. And while he's doing that, he's kind of throwing the key up and catching it in the air.
I'd say this is all part of a persuasion check, if you could roll that for me. 22.
Hey.
Big boy roll.
She has her eye on the key, and it does indicate to you that she is quite aware, based upon the make of the key and certain details of it, that it could go for quite a price. And she actually nods and she says, I might have some people that are looking for a location to work out of.
So you have what I'm looking for or not?
I got what you're looking. Hey, I got what you're looking for. And you know what? What I can do for you is I can pay you a finder's fee right now. Take that off your hands, and I can deal with the rest.
I mean, you keep the money. I really just want the goods. Can't we just cut the middleman and just you give me the goods, I give you the key?
Sandora blinks and says, which goods? Are you talking about the goods inside of the house? You already got the key.
No. I'm talking about the supplies that I need.
Oh. She sort of looks you over and notices your tattoo, and she says, what kind of supplies are we talking about again?
He kind of looks at his tattoo and says, "And thieves can't." Looking for some, back market, tattoo supplies. Some of the stuff the nobles, and he kind of looks at Winveer, wouldn't tell you about.
So out of character, what in particular are you looking for?
He's just looking for rare supplies or information on where to get it.
Okay, gotcha.
He really doesn't care about gold.
So Sandora thinks, and she says, I know somebody who knows their way around the black and gray market. I can establish a meeting. And in which case, to cut things short, she sets up a meeting with this individual, and this individual is a raccoon folk. It is not the one you're thinking of, but it is one. And they show up to exchange, and they have a very particular set of supplies based upon specifications of you providing to Sandora and Sandora providing to them, of components in order to unlock the ability to utilize to make one rare tattoo of the magical tattoos that are available from Tasha's. So one of the rare tattoos is now something that can be unlocked and applied to somebody.
I got it.
Let me super quick check based upon the information I sent you a while ago, and I have it here. Boop, 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 boop. That would be like a level 4th or 5th spell rot tattoo, or it would be.
He won't get into it right now, but
right. But yes, you would have the materials in order to utilize a rare, specifically rare tattoo.
Okay. I mean, just to wrap it up quickly, as he gives her the key, he kind of just winks at her and says, like I said, don't want the gold. Keep it for yourself. Or maybe, you let me take you out at night on the town one of these days. Probably better than being cooped up around here.
No, thanks. I got it. You got what you came here for. I think our business is concluded. I appreciate it.
I came here looking for something, found something else. I'll see you around.
Okay, hold on. You're making me do this. So let me actually roll a d12 here, because sometimes I roll d12 based upon somebody's reception of somebody else. I won't tell you what side of it is high and what side of it is low.
It's fine with me.
As you are walking away, you can't help but see her eyes glance down and glance up.
He's in, boys.
And that is going to wrap it up for that bit of downtime. We're going to move it forward to, I believe the next one was Orgoth.
Yep.
Orgoth,
Yes.
what do you plan on doing for your downtime?
He'll train his apprentice
Excellent. Training
with the sword and some spells.
All right. In which case, I'm going to set that clock back once more. Where did it go? There it is. Boom. So, you find yourself back in generally the same location where you initially found this individual, and you are meeting up with them. Names are tricky. Do you remember the name of this kid? Or did we completely forget the kid's name?
I wrote the name, but I wasn't sure on which one to pick.
I'll do this for you. Let's forget the name for just a moment.
All right.
And
That's
instead,
fair enough.
let us focus very specifically on the act. So what is it that you hope to train over this month?
Well, it would be his footwork and to use the spell shield.
Okay. So the reason I'm asking that is I have to reveal this to you, Orgoth. This month of downtime is going to change this individual from an NPC to a hireling / retainer, which means they will be a token that you can control that has a heroic class, and based upon what it is you choose to train in is what class they end up becoming. So
Hell yeah.
So what?
Oh.
So you say footwork, magic shield. This to me says what's the arcane fighter? Either arcane
Eldritch
fighter,
Knight.
Eldritch Knight, or some sort of spell sword, sorcerer.
Well, he would be like a blade singer, but maybe Eldritch Knight, maybe.
Okay. Hey,
But with blood magic.
with blood magic. 100%. So, in terms of how your degree of success in these roles is going to determine what level they start at. It could be that they start at level 0 and they're still kind of whatever, but it could be that they are level 1 or 2. So, first and foremost, how are you going to train this individual? First,
Well, pretty much sword fight.
Yes. So first, with a sword fight, I want you to roll. I'm gonna basically say that you're do an attack roll, and how strong your attack roll is going to be your summary of teaching them how to sword fight.
All right.
Yeah, pretty good.
All right. 18 is solid. That is a green check mark. The second thing is teaching them how to defend themselves with magic. you mentioned utilizing a magic shield capability of some sort. But if they're, hold on a sec, if they are arcane, they would have to be wizard, because you can't be
That's true.
a fighter like that until level 3. But hey, actually, just don't worry about it. I'll figure it out for you. I'll figure how this works for you. So your combat prowess, you're able to teach him how to sword fight, how to duel. Now you're teaching him how to brace for impacts using magical shielding. In which case, I would say that this is going to be more of an Arcana check.
All right.
You are. Oh.
That didn't go well.
That is a-okay. I mean, that's the roll that it is. However, your third roll. So you mentioned sword fighting, you mentioned magic shielding, and then what was the third thing you mentioned?
Third thing would probably be get his cloud of daggers stronger than when he first tried it.
Okay, gotcha. So you're going to teach him with Cloud of Daggers. This is going to be very similar to your first roll. This is going to be basically how deadly and how effective you casting Cloud of Daggers looks. So I want you to cast Cloud of Daggers, and I believe Cloud of Daggers is creature takes 44 slashing damage when it enters for the first time. So roll for the.
Mostly depends on the spell, on the level of the spell.
On the level of the spell. So are you? I mean, it would benefit you to use a 3rd level spell slot. You may as well.
That's what I'm gonna do. Did it work?
So that's I believe it's 8d4.
Well, no.
Sheesh.
Oh, I did the damage.
Or 64. Something. Yes, the damage. That's what it is.
Did I roll the damage or
Yes, roll the damage.
To me, showing up on OOC for some reason.
14?
So that's 14. So that consists of a 2, 2, 1, 3, 3, 3. So that's pretty middle of the road there. All right. I would say that's that's going to be 2 green check marks, 1 natty 1, unfortunately. So, I will say that this is, if we're going with the arcane or Eldritch Knight option, this is going to be a level 2 fighter, of which I'm going to give a magic casting trait to. And right. I will give you what this stat block looks like for next session.
Hell yeah.
In the meantime, we're going to move it to our last individual, which is Zug. And we're going to ask Zug, what is it that you're doing with this first month?
For his first month, as I said before, Zug would do his routines. Every day he's going to do very, very intense training and meditating to further attune with the elements, and also appraisal of Mogus. Okay,
so where is it that you wish to do this, and in what sort of activities do you wish to partake in order to accomplish that? Now, you mentioned meditation and training. Do you have kind of like a visualization of how you want to do that training?
Yeah, Zug is going to kind of recluse himself into the training room. They remade into, not completely, but kind of a sacrifice room inside boxing incorporation and company. I mean, and he's going to throw punches, push-ups, pull-ups, everything he can, and at the end of every session he's going to sit in that constellation and try to attune to the elements and Mogus himself.
All right. And if that's the case, I would like you to give me 3 different rolls. One of them, of course, you're gonna do strength training in particular. So you are gonna roll a so this is more combat based. So I'm gonna say roll an attack. And we're gonna see, based upon the deadliness of that attack, what
a regular attack, right? I cannot make it reckless.
You can make it. You can make it reckless.
Okay, so I shall do it.
If you're putting all your focus on this, on training and stuff, I'll let you make it reckless.
Yep, that's Zug right there.
All right, 26. That is considerable. Hey, in the meantime, as you are strength training and you are, so what I'm in the middle of trying to find very specific background music, but I can't seem to find it. That's fine though. Realm music. You are having your own montage moment where you are deadlifting, you are doing sit-ups, push-ups, you are striking a sort of an attack dummy that was recently brought by you. Roxy is sitting in on some of this and eating an apple, and she is assisting with being sort of a standing coach for some of this stuff. And you are, in terms of strength training, you are second to none, my friend. However, part of this training also has to do with athletics. Your ability to keep up your heart rate, get some cardio in. So I'm going to have you roll in athletics.
Scoop diddy whoop.
Scoop diddy whoop. 22. Knocking it out of the park, my friend. You, in the tradition of a athletic, montage a la Rocky, you find yourself, running through the streets of SEGLESIA, getting your heart pumping, and you are able to trek it pretty much throughout the entire city. As you do so, I want you to roll a D100, because there's going to be an opportunity for an encounter, which is going to be very short. But that encounter, you ended up rolling 46. Roll a 1d4. As you are taking a break from your training and your exercise, you notice that you are at a particular part of the city, just not too far outside of a constabulary, and there is a hanging cage there, and there is a what appears to be a halfling sitting inside of this hanging cage, and he is swinging back and forth on it, and he's sort of like muttering a tune to himself, sort of a beer drinking tune, and he looks over to you and says, hey, you over there.
Shut up, start training.
Hey, could you help a little guy out here? I've fallen on hard times, and I'm somebody big and strapping like you could really get me out of this cage if you really put your mind to it. So think of it as I bet, actually. Nah, never mind. I don't think you're strong enough. I want you to.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Hey Matt, 1 second, please. Out of game. I need to go downstairs for like a minute. Can I be right back in 1 minute, real quick?
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, sorry, it's just an emergency.
That's fine. So we will actually pick it right back up with Zug. But first, what we're going to do is we're going to figure out what our group quest is. Oop, I'm going to roll D20 really quick.
Got a 2.
I got a 2. That is correct. All right. Each of you is in the office of Roxy, and she slams down a thing on her desk, and she says, "So, hey, you know Ahi. I know Ahi. Ahi Waggletop. She's a gem. She is in need of some help. She has a special dirigible known as a honey scoot. It's for delivery sake, and it was stolen last night. I need the 5 of y'all to figure out where this honey scoot has been brought and do your best to retrieve it." The last that she was able to pinpoint its location was up in Thorntown, so you might want to start your search there. That's not Roxy's voice, but anyways, that is the quest you've been given. And I think based upon time, this is the only group quest that I'm going to run, quote unquote, because we're probably not going to have enough time to run 2 more. So why don't we have this one at the end of all of the downtime? We'll skip over it. It'll be the quest. It'll be for the third month. So we're going to just start with the second month.
Sounds good.
Hey.
Starting with the second month.
Right.
Movement in the Civil War. Hearthgate West, which is located right here.
I just got back, by the way. Sorry, guys.
It is all good.
Shenanigans.
We will switch right back to you in just a second, but very quick update here. I was peeking into month 2 really quick, and we have a battle that is taking place back and forth throughout an area which is known as Hearthgate West, and this battle is between the Reformers / the Vanguard, who is moved in and is battering down their position, and the Loyalists, which are the Crown's Guard, and they are trying to take territory back, and they are not being successful, but there is a major fight happening right there. And then for the background month event, I'm going to roll 1d20 here. That is a 16. All right, so that will surface as you as that is brought into the fold. So it is month 2. Going down the list. Well, actually, let's finish it up with Zug. This individual is in a cage, and this individual says, "Nah, never mind. I don't think you're strong enough."
You think Zug is not strong enough? Here's the thing, though. Zug is not stupid enough to break out a random small man's.
And he rattles the cage really strongly.
It'll be a bit of a Constitution saving throw. Oh, they get by. But they're like, but please, I want to be let out. I've been dealt with a grave travesty of justice, and I cannot trust any of these people. If you could, please, private GM roll. Let's try that again. Please roll an insight check.
Yes, sir.
This is going to be located not too far away from right there. You're definitely able to tell that this person is lying. But on top of that, based upon particular details of this individual, is 46. I need to roll 1d4 for them. Oh, no, let's make that a public roll. Boom, 1d4. That is a 4. Okay, this is where you get a hint that something is deeply wrong. They look directly into you, and they are very, very certain to get out. You have rolled... I'm going to have you roll another insight check. Because that insight check was to tell if they were lying, but now you're trying to actually determine more about this individual.
Come on, Brazil. Okay.
Brazil!
Hell yeah. So this, you don't know anything about the individual, but the way that they're looking at you, and some things that are off about their physique, you managed to see a little something pop out of their ear, wiggle a little bit, and then slip back in, and it occurs to you, you've seen a thing like that before. It was in the sewers.
God. Zug points at him and is like,
Weaker man's got caught by walking brain.
and he just walks away.
As soon as you say that, he like smashes himself against the side of the cage and begins trying to reach out to you, as if it's not human at all. It literally is just something controlling the creature, or the creature is controlling the body. Are you just gonna basically run off?
Is there any guard around?
It's outside of a constabulary, so you can go to one of the guards and let them know.
I'll go to one of the guards.
Yep.
Hey, small mans!
It's a big fat guard. They turn around and look. They shake their head and they're like, "What do you want?"
Zug points to the halfling it was, in the cage, and says,
No good mans. Brain eating by walking brain mans.
Persuasion check.
"Come on, +0." Oh, Brazil's doing good today.
Boo, 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 boo. Yep. So this guard, Walt walks over and stares at the thing. And is like, "You mean to tell me that this thing is one of the what I just rolled there is a saving throw." The guard jolts, and then his head bows down. And then he raises his head up and he looks over to you and he says, "Huh. I'll let my captain know right away." At this precise moment in time, Zug, the last roll I'm going to have you roll is a perception check.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the event that I rolled for this first month. You look around, and there are passerbys. There are people at market stalls. There's another guard. and there's a child. 4 to 5 people. There are other people moving throughout the city, but these people all at once stop what they're doing and they turn their heads to look directly at you.
Oh God.
And you have a sick feeling in the pit of your stomach. And that sick feeling, while you're big mans, you probably don't want to deal with brainy mans.
How much people roughly are around me?
You are in public. There's no way. So your options are leave and let your party know, or try to engage with them, and we'll have to do some sort of combat roll. And if that depends on what that role is, you could either succeed, fail, or be thrown in jail because you're causing a fight in the middle of the city.
Zug rubs his head a little bit.
Yep.
And he does some mind math. Oh shit, I can't write. One sec. Yep. Zug is going to... There's a considerable amount of people that looked at me. Did I get the sense that these people were also afflicted?
They have the same look in their eyes as the one you identified and as the guard looking at you.
The one in the cage, correctly?
The same sort of dead look. And the thing is that you can you can feel as if there are tendrils sort of probing your brain, like as they're staring at you. It is creepy.
Yeah, Zug is going to get the fuck out of there and alert the party.
All right. So that's going to be the end of month 1. And month 1, I'd let month 1 take extra time, just to make sure that we all had some significant thing to do in month 1. But we're going to begin month 2. Zug, go ahead and tell the party what happened.
Righteous sacrifice! Zug has a lead.
A lead on what?
Zug believes walking brain man's taking over many people's brains. They look at Zug very weird. Zug was like, Zug might fight them, but there were so many. Come help Zug to kill all of them.
You're saying they're up here.
Would I know the name of a street, of a location for this?
This is in Marshall. The region is called Marshall's Way. It is the sort of the where a bunch of the Crown's Guard soldiers and veterans live.
Sorry, you cut out for me. What is the name?
Oh,
again?
it's where it's called Marshall's Way. It's where the Crown's Guard soldiers and veterans typically live.
It's where like the small mans congregate. Marshall's way. Oh,
I see. All right. You can deal with them. I'll inform some people in order to be able to take measures against it. Thank you for this information, Zug.
Zug is not a coward, okay? I just didn't fight because I was outnumbered.
I didn't say you were a coward. In fact, it was very brave of you for you not to do that and throw your life away.
They try best to sit back and let someone else deal with it.
Maybe we should burn that section down.
Yeah, that was what I thought, actually.
Let me explain. A couple of people, and they will help us, okay?
You know what, Speaker Mans? Okay.
All right. So, in which case, month 2, we're gonna be a little snappier with my pacing really. Starting from the top, Windveer.
I'm gonna do is like a combination of my espionage and also informing parties needed to know about what Zuck told me.
Okay. So doing espionage, in which case you're trying to peek into verify what Zug has said and try to get more information about the danger. Correct?
Well, it was more for the factors. I was trying to get espionage on the current fighting abouts for the parties.
Oh.
I was going to inform both of them about Rain Eaters.
Okay. To clarify, you're talking about the factions? You're talking about the political factions in particular?
Yes.
Okay. So yes, so you're going to be, I'm going to give you 3 roles, one for each faction in terms of your delivering intel. One of them is going to be at advantage because it is, 2 of them are going to, I'm gonna say one of them will be at advantage, and then the other 2 will be will be normal rolls. In which case, you are, I imagine, one will be a sleight of hand. One will, as you are slipping information to somebody, one will be a persuasion check, and one will be a some other way of delivering information. Will be, let's say, a deception check. That is to say, to deceive. Shit, I don't know. So persuasion, sleight of hand, and
Which one do I have which one do I have the advantage on?
I will say you have advantage on your working with the Tabalta family, which is the Loyalists faction. So that's the advantage.
All right, so that's persuasion.
You can choose persuasion, and you can choose persuasion will probably be your best bet.
All right.
We're freeballing this, so let's.
All right.
So let's go persuasion.
Tabalta.
Ooh, nice.
Okay, you were able to gain the ear of Severo Tabalta. With a 21, you're able to do this pretty effectively and call a meeting with not just Tabalta, but with the Victaris family, which is the other family in the Loyalists. And you are able to report this information to them. After the meeting, you have been very persuasive, and Victaris nods, and he acknowledges that his family, and because he's one of the leaders, he's one of the main leaders of the Crown's Guard, he will order the Crown's Guard to be on the lookout for intellect devourers in the city. Tabalta, that is to say Severo Tabalta, pulls you aside, and he brings you down into the lower parts of the House of Inquiry. And he brings you into an office. And this office has intel all over the walls. It has
That's what I wanted to say.
All sorts of news clippings of intellect devourers. It has actually there is an image there that you recognize. Well, do an investigation check.
Got it. All right.
Okay,
Yeah, not that
you
good.
succeed. You do find it. It is an account of a particular rat golem. And basically some information that seems to suggest that the rat golems, that the rat golem, that is to say a particular rat golem that you and your party fought, and the intellect devourers are connected in some way. You recall, and you're able to insight information that there appears to be some sort of consciousness, some sort of something that seems to be at the core of how the intellect devourers are acting. And there are some historic pieces of documentation pulled from an old archive that documents the behavior of intellect devourers. So essentially anything on the lore portion of an intellect devourer that you would find in the monster manual, you know now.
Ooh. Perfect.
And so Severo basically confirms with you 100% that he is, you have discovered information that him, as the Master of Secrets, has had privy to himself. And the thing is that I will say that this, working with Victaris and Tibalta, the loyalists, has taken up a majority of your time. However, do a quick persuasion check for the reformers, and then do a sleight of hand for New Monarchy.
All right. Persuasion normal. Ha ha!
Oh yeah.
I also tell them too that most of their forces now are going over to Marshall Row, so have fun.
Gotcha. Roll a sleight of hand check as well.
Right.
So you're basically slipping some of this intel, just the necessary intel, into the hands of New Monarchy. You can't, because you have no little connections with them, you have no way to really get to them directly. And I will reveal the results of that next month. All right.
All right.
So, bringing you back, going down the list, it's now Roby again. Apologize for the wait. I should stop and ask everybody, since we are coming upon 10 p.m. Eastern, what is everybody's end time?
Never.
I got to bounce.
When you kicked me out of Foundry.
Gotcha. Did you say you need, do you say you need to bounce soon, Roby?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so let's do the next 2 months for you. First, what is it that you plan on doing?
Well, I'd say first thing is as the memories start to come up on him, he would start, digging into it. Probably first by kind of making some suggestions as subtly as possible to Winveer to see if Winveer has any idea of what he's saying, without giving away enough or too much so as to not be like, I'm this and you don't like this, if that's the case.
So I got lost there. Could you be a little bit more?
Yeah, no worries. So the group in which the people he previously worked for, as those memories become more prevalent in his brain, he would start to hint towards Winveer to see if Winveer is aware of that group and if Winveer, what side Winveer's on, right? Because if he's against that group, he wants to be a little more cautious. If he's helpful towards that group, then he'd be more open.
All right. I want you to roll a deception, and I want Winveer to roll an insight.
All right. 16.
I rolled a 16, and I have probably a negative one.
A negative 1. So 15. So you are able to kind of navigate around conversations, but at some point, it seems it could be during breakfast or whatever. You're sitting down and Winveer's just kind of eating food and whatever. That Winveer figures out why you're asking all these questions. He might not know deep context, but he knows that. Wait a second. Roby went into an appointment and he came back out and started asking all these questions. And I guess my question for Squigs, not this session because it's anticlimactic and I feel like it's a more important piece of information. Next session, do you want to reveal certain things about your backstory? Next session, not this session.
Yeah.
I'm going to probe a little bit, and depending on what my answers I get, I will.
Okay. In which case, I would say that, Roby, you're pretty much dedicating your time to try to, judge, what Winveer knows. And so you're doing more than just asking him questions. You're, sort of trying to... The deception is sort of like you're trying to spy on him, but you are spying on a spy. So he is definitely able to pick up on this. And after maybe a couple weeks of this, you two actually have a direct interaction. I'm gonna sort of let Winveer sort of determine how do you want to interact with Roby in this way.
Right, Roby, we've been here for a while, but why are you so interested in me right now? That's all I need to know.
My curiosity lies less in you specifically. I have begun to remember things, and I must track down information, and I remember that you have many ties to different organizations, so I thought that maybe you were aware of these things.
All right. And this was when you got more of your memories, correct?
That is correct.
Say in that case, just so I can be more on a even keel when it comes to this, in those memories, and you prodding when it comes to these questions, I know you said you had a previous master, correct?
Yes.
Was it the previous master or the previous master?
He kind of looks like he's racking his brain. I have gone through many masters. This particular one that I am currently remembering is the one I dislike the most. I believe he was the master of the master that I miss.
All right. So timer up. Essentially, what information do you want Winveer to know? And Winveer, what information do you want Roby to know?
Considering I'd be getting the name and he's bringing up that group, I'll tell him just wait in due time.
And I guess it's up to you, Roby. Are you going to name drop? Or are you...
So what I would say
Uh-huh.
is names that are more familiar. You know, Roby does look at the papers that come around, things like that. And you know, he's very, very perceptive on listening or to conversations as he's walking through the town. So names of people that he recognizes that's part of that organization would be the names he would drop. Any names that are not already mentioned, like bigger names, he would be a little bit more cautious to. But because there's a lot of time,
Okay.
I would say
So you don't mention Jin. In other
I would
words.
only mention big names if while talking to Winveer, it leads to that conversation.
Okay. And so Winveer says, wait in due time. In which case Winveer has an inkling that it's probably something significant, but details and name is not there as of yet. So that's going to be that month. I'm going to run the last month for you, just because you mentioned you do have a time limit. So
In the last month,
yeah,
he would spend specifically traveling about the area to find and replace all the missing parts that he can, the defunct parts that he has on himself.
Oh, so you're going to track down the original parts. Gotcha. So bunch of different routes for this. That Thieves Guild is sort of a useful spot. You know, any black market items they might have a ear to the ground for. Speaking with Ahi might be another option, and having Ahi look up that information for you, see if she can help guide you in the right direction. Depends on you want to go high or do you want to go low? Low. Okay. One thing I will mention is you do have a meeting with Ahi, however. This meeting with Ahi is actually going to be role played next session. I want this to be an actual scene instead of it being shorthand. So she is but when that time comes, she is basically going to be rushing because she has figured something out. However, you are going to make your trek to Sandora of the Thieves Guild, of which you are familiar with, and of course you can go with yourself or you can go with somebody else, but you are already acquainted with Sandora.
I mean, I think I would mention it to anyone, and if anyone comes along, like Roby's not gonna.
All right, I will pick, unless somebody wants to speak up, I will pick Orgoth.
All right.
Yeah, because, Roby's going to need a little bit more. Roby's going to need brawn. You got to balance out the devout automaton with the blood red orc. And so, both of you approach Sandora, and Sandora looks up and says, you're that automaton, huh? You're not back here to exact revenge, are you?
I do not have that emotion.
Well, that's good. And she looks over to the side door, and she peeks in and she waves her hand down, and it's at that moment that you see a heavy crossbow that was just peeking out of the door sort of like pull back. And she looks over to you and she says, "So, what can I do you for?"
Would like to find the missing parts that I believe you may have some of in your possession. My parts.
She scratches her head and she says, "You know, we do still have a couple of those parts, but some of them we were never able to find all of them. I would highly recommend that you speak with somebody who knows more about finding things in low places. Have you ever met Blackfoot?"
I do not recall.
He's one of the lead rat catchers. He's got an entire network. He'll be able to find what you're looking for.
Where can I find this Blackfoot?
She gives you a pinpoint on the map, and Ed is going to send both of you over here to the Sixpence market. Actually, the underside, which is the sewers. Oh, I'm sorry, that's wrong. Nope, that's right. That's right. And then Blackfoot. Black Fur, sorry. You end up entering into this literal just hive of scum and villainy located within a completely different set of sewers, but these are deep sewers. They connect to all sorts of different cave systems and other ways that other people have no clue about. And you venture down, and actually, I realize what I need to do. You at first have no idea how to get to where you're going. However, you manage to come across a straggler. Somebody who is going around and who is literally looking for rats to kill. And this individual sees you and Orgoth approach, and they stand still and they grab for their knife.
I am not here to harm anyone. I am looking for a particular individual by the name of Blackfoot.
He says, "Blackfoot? I don't know nobody named Blackfoot."
Oh, I believe my friend meant Black Fur.
As soon as you say the name, let's see here. As I said, I don't know anything. Obviously, it's a failure. You could tell he's lying. He knows exactly who Black Fur is. He looks like he's about to stab one of you.
I would basically just I don't have weapon drawn, shield drawn, none of that. I do not wish harm to any of your people. I simply am looking for things. I don't think I have any gold out of character, but I am willing to offer services. I am a healer in exchange for help finding my parts, and I'll kind of like show off the bits, and like you can see what's obviously just old junk pieces of crap versus the real Ruby.
Yeah. In which case he is going to blink, and he is going to start considering his options. But I want you to roll a persuasion check as you've attempted to convince him for him to bring you to Blackfur.
There you go. My emotionless persuasion check. Did it come through?
Yes.
He is going to say, I'm not bringing you to Black Fur, but, and he's thinking it over, and he's like, my sister is sick. Can you do something to help my sis?
I believe I can. If you were show her to me. Show me to her.
Yep. He's going to bring you and Orgoth to an alcove. It is a level down and on the side of a sewer area, like a sewer alcove. She is underneath a bunch of rags and she is coughing and quite ill. And she has all sorts of red spots on her hands and feet.
First thing I would do is kind of do a medicine check.
All right. So do me a medicine check.
Get a better understanding of what she's got going on with the critical.
Perfect. You know exactly what the ailment is. It is a particular viral infection that is quite common in places of sludge and refuse, but it's common in it's typically common in Samhain, which are like the fish type race, and not very common in humans. However, you can bring up an entire medical background of this ailment. You know exactly what needs to be done in order to heal it. You know that it is deadly without some sort of assistance. So you should, in your spell book, have I
have lesser restoration.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. So is there any particular, it's just a thing that you need. It's just a thing. It's no roll or anything. But I would say do a second medicine roll just to see how fast this, you're able to get this to clear up.
All right. Can I guidance myself? I don't. Some DMs allow guidance of self, some don't. Just curious, because I imagine he's focusing, and that's where I think the guidance would be him focusing.
I'll allow it.
All right, so medicine.
Orgoth is pretty much standing there and looking between everybody, and he's
Yeah, he'll pretty much go like whispering, "Is she about to die?"
Medicine check 20. You're able to get some quick turnaround using your expert magical knowledge. Yes, your expert medicinal knowledge and and you are actually feeling, but you're computing that it is very beneficial that you've gained back as much of your previous memories as you have. Because otherwise this would almost be an impossible affair. But you're able to show this, show improvement directly to this individual's sister, and he is now convinced that he's going to bring you directly to Blackfur, and in doing so, speak you up to Blackfur. And now I'll bring out Blackfur.
I don't know if anybody's ever seen the Hulu show Good Doctor. I just imagine like he's that this is the vibe that Roby is. He's very mechanical, and so he doesn't pick up on those cues if like a child's like scared or whatever. He thinks he's trying to help him, but he's not really. But he's like so good that he just fixes shit.
All right. And to make it short and sweet, there isn't really, because of how well you rolled previously, there isn't really a need for an additional roll. Blackfur will go up to you, big, burly, bugbear with lots of hair on his body, will go up to you and will grin yellow and smack you on the back and chuckle and, you know, very happy to see you after hearing the news that one of the members of the local Ratcatcher Guild, that their child was healed. And he basically does this whole thing where he puts his arm around your shoulder. He is a really large individual, and he's basically like shoving you into his, you know, it's sort of, if you were a humanoid, it would be uncomfortable. But he ends up bringing you into this back room where, basically there's a bunch of loot that he's trying to get rid of, and some of that, and in this pile, you're actually able to find a bunch of your parts. And he says that because Sandora put in a word and because of what you did, he's not going to charge you for it. It's stuff that he doesn't know what to do much with anyways.
All right. So just to speed this along, what I'd like is pretty much the rest of the time frame of this, he would be spending in this area kind of like fixing himself. And also if anybody in the area has that same affliction, he's testing that. Because I assume we fought, no, we didn't fight Sanguine. We fought the fish things, right?
You fought Samhain. The party fought Samhain. No, the party did not fight Samhain previously.
What's the things that had the devourers in them?
Intellect devours Kuatoa.
Oh, okay. Basically, he wants to kind of get an idea if this affliction is just simply because they're close to the water, if this affliction may have something to do with those intellect devourers. Mm-hmm. And kind of get to know these people, and if there was anything nice within these goodie bits, he would 100% try to steal it for Orgoth.
So I imagine a scene where, you know, like the local underground Ratcatcher kids are doing their fun stuff, and they're sort of like prodding at you because you healed this little girl, and now they're all like fascinated with you. You're trying to see if you can steal something for Orgoth, in which case, do an investigation check real quick.
Damn, look at that crit.
Yeah. So Orgoth, Roby has pointed you in the direction of, it looks like, a battle axe. A two-handed battle axe with some very interesting embellishments upon the face of the battle axe. This is a one. Did I say it was two-handed? It's one-handed. Battle axes are one-handed. And it has a red gem in the center. And it looks like, it seems like, it could be valuable, or it could be potentially of higher quality than a typical battle axe. So you're gonna try to steal it, Roby? Is that the idea?
So what I would say is, the gist is that he's trying to utilize his kind of, what do you call it? Like people kind of paying attention to him to either A, be like, okay, I'm taking this is mine, or B, pull attention to himself and point it out to Orgoth for Orgoth to take it. Whichever kind of seems like to work. So
I think
if I can give Orgoth the ability
thing.
to do it,
yeah,
at advantage or something, maybe.
Yes, Orgoth, if you would like to steal this item with advantage, please do so.
All right, let's see how this goes.
Boom.
Ooh, not 20.
Damn.
Okay, well, I will reveal what the interesting parts of this item are. Will require and identify over time, but it is definitely not a mundane battle axe. So we will end it at that.
Interesting. Also,
yep.
Can Orgoff make like nature checks just to see if there's something else causing the infections?
Sure. I'm gonna consider this as. Yeah, go ahead. Fine. No, I mean, your nature check determines that. No, this isn't necessarily a big trend. You do figure that, you know, some infections can jump from one host to a different kind of species. What that does tell you, though, is that the Sawin fish race, Sawin are normal humanoid sized. They're basically like Zora from Legend of Zelda, but they're evil. They do have a presence in this part of the city, so that much you have figured out. Because it would only make sense for a close encounter to have created this infection.
Right. Orgoff will pretty much go to Roby and say, those fish people, they might be close to the city.
Is this something we should worry about? If so, we should tell the others. Let's inform the others. I have some repairs to do.
Okay. So that is going to consist of your 3 months, Roby. Understood. If you don't have time to stick about, I will let you know what the cumulative golden treasure rewards are for all of the rest.
Perfect. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Have fun.
Take care. Everybody say bye. Oh.
Bye.
Okay, so this is, my pacing. Winveer has gone month 2, and then we move it to Scoop. Scoop, month 2.
So I would say I'm kind of thinking of a way to sort of word this. So essentially, Scoop wants to provide tattoos for people in order to bond with them. I know Orgoff and Zug each claimed they wanted one, but he also wanted to take the time to see if he could change Winveer and Roby's minds. And I know what he wants to say to them, and if it was good enough, they could let me know. If it wasn't, that's perfectly fine as well. But he wanted to have the opportunity to try to convince you otherwise.
Okay, so
but Roby left, so he will try to convince Winveer if possible, and it's completely up to you if you're convinced or not.
Well, figured hear your argument first.
So I guess at some point when all of us are in a tavern, he would go to you, and you'd say, "All right, I kind of need some practice, and throughout this time, I've kind of scrunched up a good amount of gold, and I got a bunch of supplies. I know you mentioned you don't want your body defiled or whatever because you're some rich noble. I'm still not quite sure, but I actually have this brand new tattoo, and the cool thing about it is it could shrink to the size of even a copper piece. You could put a band-aid over it and no one would know. I mean, unless they could detect it with magic, but I mean that's the thing. These things are magic, but it would be something quite beneficial to you, and no one would even notice it because it'd be even smaller than a piece of gold or a piece of copper. Your choice."
Well, tell me what it does.
can't do that. It's just a trust exercise.
And I'm afraid the answer is still no.
It's fine. I understand you don't trust me. I don't even trust myself
Not that I don't
personally.
trust. Not that I don't trust you. It's more for the fact is that you say that it's beneficial. And I
Yeah,
don't even know what it's going to be.
it's gonna be. Well, I've been observing you for about a month. I think you'll like it.
That's why I wanted to know about it first.
That's all I can tell you. I think you'll like it.
And I'll have to sadly decline.
Sure thing. If you change your mind, yeah, you'll know where I'll be.
Of course.
All right.
And
Well, it
we'll
seems
propose
like
the
you're.
same thing
you're-
to Zug and Orgath, but I think they were in agreement already.
Yep. It seems like they were in agreement. That's correct. Correct, Zug and Orgoth.
So,
Yep.
in order for me, I guess you want me to like roll for something. Maybe you can roll for me actually finding money, or maybe a performance to actually make the tattoo, or maybe it could just be RP because I do have a question for each of them.
So, so the idea is that if you're going to be doing tattoos, it's still sort of based upon the the rules of applying the tattoo to somebody. It's the creation of the tattoo needle and then getting them attuned to it, which is the actual delivery. Tell me what tattoos are you doing?
Oh, I actually wrote it up, but I just never hit send to you for what every person would get, just because I didn't know if you wanted me handing everything out. But that's what he was going to do. I DM'd it to you.
So for Zug,
And
it
it'd all
was
be
Eldritch Claw.
it would be uncommon.
It would be uncommon,
Yeah,
Eldritch
everything is
Claw,
uncommon.
uncommon barrier. Okay. And so based upon the mechanical information that I sent you previously, that's right here. Okay. That was...
Because a lot of it was time and just kind of gold, so I figure we can roll for maybe how much gold he actually found in order to do this.
So you're basically... Yeah, so it's
Throughout this month.
it's basically gold cost. That's really the only concern. So basically working your magic, doing your profession in order to afford both of them. With some potential for money left over. So if you want to do like performing of tattoos for other people to gain up the materials, or gain up the funds to afford those, or if you want to partake in other professional jobs,
Either or works for me.
okay, we'll keep it simple. You have a tattooing business. Make money doing your tattooing business. So I'd say performance check, my friend.
Okay.
Nat 20. Nat 20.
I got a 2.
All right. So you got a 2, but +2 +6. That is a 10. But however, that is if it's a 10, it's only going to be enough money to do one or the other.
Okay. I mean, is it possible then to do the same thing next month? Because
Yeah,
I have
absolutely.
stuff for next month, but I'd prefer to do this as like a bonding thing for Scoop.
What thing do you plan on doing for next month?
Depend on how well this went. I didn't think that far.
Okay, gotcha. So in which case, what's nice about both of these tattoos is that they're not consumable, which means they're permanent. You're basically, both of you are being gifted magic items. You're being attuned to a magic item that remains on your skin. So I believe the one that you had mentioned to me that you were most interested in doing was the Eldritch Claw to Zug, right? That was the first one, the main one? Okay. So, for flavor, performance check for flavor. this isn't going to really matter. Because like the magic is still going to be potent. It's going to be like how intricate the tattoo is. Yeah, it's a decent tattoo. It's not your worst work. It's not your best work. It's functional. It's intended in order to do, grant the effect of Eldritch Claw, which means, Mr. Zug, you are lying back in position to receive the tattoo. And where would you like the tattoo?
I would like it on my back. Like, how big are we talking about here?
I mean, it kind of has to take up like half your limbs, at least. I mean, something like this, I think it would be cool to show off on your arms, personally, but it's your tattoo.
Zug turns his back to Scoop.
How much of my back do you think it would take?
Probably like a quarter. I mean, typically one of these kind of go on half of a limb. I mean, I also could put it on your head, but I mean, that's up to you.
Yeah, the head one is the special one that Zug gonna do later. Do Zug back.
Make sure what quarter of the back you want, like upper right, upper left, where you want it.
Zug's not good with directions. 1 second, please.
All right. In the meantime of discussing this, Ambrose, I'm going to send you what this tattoo is. So you received it as a DM.
Oh my god.
And I don't have it in Foundry, but we'll be able to apply it to your character for next session.
Let me read this.
It's pretty cool. And so, depending upon where you want the tattoo, it is a decent looking tattoo, functional. And as soon as it is applied to your skin, it flashes, as it's completed, it flashes white and then solidifies onto your skin.
Shit.
And you are now attuned to this quote unquote magic item that is a tattoo, and it is permanent until you want to get rid of it. When you, I'm trying to remember what happens when you try to get rid of it, but it takes up an attunement slot, but it is now a magic item that is permanently on your body.
Do I need to write anything, or are you gonna put it on D&D Beyond?
We'll put it in D&D Beyond.
I appreciate you.
Yep.
Zug's going to look at by the way, the design is completely up to you, Sean. And he's going to look at Scoop and say
Tattoo man! Zug like tattoo man!
How can you like it? It's on your back. You can't even see it. Here, use a mirror.
I don't need to know it. I know it's awesome. Look at you. You have dagger in hair. That's awesome.
Wait. Shh. Keep that down. No one's supposed to know about that. That's in case someone doesn't pay.
Oh. It's awesome. Zug treats you.
Appreciate it. Next time someone looks at the wrong way, activate it. They'll be in for a surprise.
What's gonna happen?
I mean, try it out for yourself.
All right. Okay.
Oh shit.
So that's gonna be month 2 for Scoop. Orgoth, month 2.
All right. Well, we'll track down signs of other blood singers.
All right. The last location that you remember there being other blood singers, that is to say the particular secret sect that you are originally from. The last place that you were able to see one was located here in the Brewers stretch. And you are going to need to figure out a way to track their location. Now, do a history check. Oh no.
Oh,
So this is an interesting thing because I think because you rolled a 1, I'm gonna say this. You are not able to find a lead. So instead, I'm gonna have you do something else as month 2.
All right. I guess that could be the Orcish tribe.
All right. In which case, you want to visit the Orcish tribe, which is the Wild Fist clan. What sort of business do you have with them, or that you want to partake with them? Anything you want to know? Anything you want to? Yep.
Real quick, if you want to do a 2-for-1, I actually have the same thing.
Okay.
Written down.
So let's do a 2-for-1 then. Let's do exactly that. I got to restart my Foundry really quick. So.
Oh, good.
Sorry about that.
Should we restart as well?
You might not need to, but I'd say do it right now if you could. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and take both of your tokens, and we're going to 2-for-1 this over near the Wild Fist clan outpost. Okay, have you restarted?
I'm loading up.
Okay. In the meantime, I will go ahead and tell you that as you travel and approach, a bunch of the orcs turn their head to notice you, and almost on cue, stepping out of the chieftain's tent is Mugarod, the Eye of Mogus. That was the individual you spoke with after you vanquished Mubzak the Gargantuan. Just want to make sure. Oh, yeah, we'll just use that. And Mugarod gives you a nod and says, "Well met, sons of Mogus. You have come at a trying time. It seems that our clan is in risk of being shoved off of and out of the forest by invaders from the north. Those of the SEGLESIan house Hinterlander. They have warriors stationed to the north and to the east." And he sort of designates up here and over here. "Our mighty clan can take on but only one of these fronts. Unfortunately, we are without the power we once had. If there is anything that you wish to ask of me, you must first help our clan from being run out of its native land."
Well, Orgoff will look at Zog and be, "Well, you know what we have to do, big guy."
Yes, time to do some killing.
Send them to Mogus.
Yeah.
By the way, the game is paused for me.
Oh, the game pause. Oh, there we
Same
go.
here. Oh, there we go.
Thanks.
In which case, you have a choice to make. You can either enter the encampment to the east and try as you might to assassinate its leader, or you can head to the north with a small contingent and meet their scouts head on.
I say assassination would prove useful.
And what say
Zug.
you, Zug? An orc of few words. I like that. As the time of decision making is now, then to the east you must head. And so both of you are going to be ordered to head to the east. First task is going to be to perform sort of a lookout to make sure that none of you are seen. To take note of troop movements. In which case,
All right.
we'll have Orgoth do this one.
I think Zug is having trouble or something. Which role do I have to do? Investigation or?
In this case, you are doing a perception check. You are watching over a period of time from a distance. Okay. So what that is going to do is that is going to give you a general overlook of what the troop movements are. And so you may, as you might, attempt to infiltrate at twilight, which is when the change of the guards has a lapse, and you may be able to slip down and enter the main hut. In which case, the next roll, if both of you are going to be doing the same thing, it's going to be a stealth check from either one of you.
I guess since he's having trouble, I'll go for it. Oh, plus I can also be invisible with my spell, so
Oh,
that
you
give me
can,
an advantage, or
can you make him invisible?
I could make Zug invisible too. Yeah. Well, just Zug, just one of us.
I would say in this case, make Zug invisible, because you know Zug is not going to be very good at sneaking.
Yeah, I'll make him invisible.
If you do that, then we'll just roll for... We'll basically roll the both of you, and the higher one is the one that both of you go with.
All right. So I guess I'll roll first, or...
Yeah. So that's going to be an 18. You are able to step past most of the guards and enter into the main hut. And you are able to slip into the high bedroom where the leader is sleeping. So both of you enter into the room. You will have basically an attack roll to potentially murder him in his sleep. If you fail, then you'll have to do another attack roll to see if you're able to vanquish him outright, like in one-to-one combat. If you fail this second attack roll, then you both have to flee.
Just a second, testing. Can you guys listen?
Yep, I can hear you.
Oh shit, weird. It was saying like no route found on
Weird.
Discord.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. What did I miss?
So you and Orgoth are about to assassinate. You guys got
my
in,
God.
and you're about to assassinate this leader of the Hinterlander front. And he's asleep in his bed. He has not been woken up. Orgoth made you invisible.
Oh, nice.
So that's how you were able to get through. But now you are at the point where you have to roll. One of you needs to roll one attack roll to do the assassination. If that fails, then both of you need to fight the leader with a single attack roll. And if you fail that, you have to flee.
Orgoth will just nod at Zog and, take out his scimitar and go for the first blow.
Okay. 18. The individual in his sleep. That is basically a coup de grace. I'm basically just, yeah. I'm pretty much going to roll a single D20. No, okay. You are able to assassinate him in his sleep. You're able to take your scimitar and slice it right across his throat. As he tries to scream out, he fails. And you are now standing in a room with a puddle of blood on the floor, with this leader having been assassinated.
Am I there as well?
You were there as well.
I whispered to Orgoth.
Good. Orgoth, let's take the body to sacrifice.
That might be too dangerous. We need to leave the body here.
Oh, okay. Never fun.
Well, at least blood's gonna be around.
Yeah,
And
true.
the guards will have a good smell. Let's go.
Yeah, let's bounce.
All right. Since you completed that, moving you back to Mugarad. Basically, days later after the assault, Mugarad approaches, and he is very thankful and glad that you were able to stop one of the fronts from being taken up, and they have not been displaced. So is as a reward, he is basically going to give you, both of you, a blessing of Mogus, of which we'll see what that pans out to in the next session. But you also have his ear. So what do both of you want Mugarad to assist with?
I would like to learn your rituals.
He nods to Orgoth, and he looks over to Zug and asks, "What do you want?"
Eye of Mogus Mans, I have a request.
What is your request?
I want to be a hero of Mogus. A vessel, if you will, for his eternal anger.
He laughs. He chuckles, and he says, "Very well. To one of you, I shall teach the rituals that I have been taught in times of my youth. To the other of you, I will be an advisor from afar." Both of you, roll persuasion checks. Like, he's agreed to it, but to the extent of his assistance and how immediate it is. That would be good to know. So essentially, those are good rolls. So you spend pretty much this entire month with Mugarod. Mugarod spends time teaching Orgoth some of the, the rituals that he has learned in terms of, his sacrificing to Mogus, how to be, certain magical rituals that may be useful in the future. And to Yuzug, he is going to bestow upon you a number of tasks that he needs you to complete. These tasks are mostly in terms of your connection to the Wild Fist clan, you performing some services for some of the elder members, and a lot of that stuff is it's kind of similar to the training that you had last month, except it's with this Orcish clan. And your coach is essentially Mugarod this month. Benefits to come soon. So that's gonna complete it for month 2. And we are at 10:51. So here's what I'm gonna do. Everybody's gonna get 2 minutes.
All right.
We're gonna start from the top. Winveer.
Mm-hmm.
What are you spending? What is your main focus on this month?
Very simple. I'm going to do is talk with my confidants, and we're going to be able to actually set up a meeting so that way we're able to talk about the bigger picture going on in the city.
Okay. Would you like for that to be part of the next episode? Because I will make it its own scene.
That's what I was figured. That's why I said we set it up so we can make it later.
Gotcha. And it is something that would take a period of time because, certain elements of that network are kind of hard to get a hold of. And doing outreach is the majority of your 2 month, of your month sprint. In which case, yeah, we'll have a scene for that in the next session. In which case, we're going to move it over to Scoop. And you said that you were going to work to do the other tattoo for Orgoth, correct?
Yeah, because that's definitely quicker. We can go about doing that.
Okay. And that tattoo
Scoop is the fucking best.
Yeah, so that tattoo is kind of interesting. That tattoo, Orgoth, just so that you're aware, is you have a higher AC without needing armor.
Good, I don't have armor anyways.
You have no armor whatsoever?
Nope,
Wizards
just normal
can't wear armor.
clothing.
Okay.
They can't have one.
So the interesting thing about that tattoo is you have an armor class of 13. That barrier tattoo says on the uncommon is 12 plus dex, so that would bring you up to 15.
That's good.
Yeah, so you have a base armor class of 15. That is what's called a barrier tattoo. In much the same way, you are, brought to a space in the back of the shop, and Scoop is able to graft this tattoo onto you. What does this tattoo look like, Orgoth, and where is it?
I mean, since he worships Mogus, obviously a tattoo meant for him. And for the location, I mean, I guess you could let Scoop decide the location, the best looking one.
So, Scoop, roll a d20, or I'm sorry, roll a performance check, and this is the flavor.
I clicked it, but nothing happened. Can you just roll it for me, just to keep things pushing?
Oh, sure. So,
It's probably 'cause I didn't refresh when you asked. That's probably why. But if you could just roll it for me,
yeah, I can.
so I log back in.
Performance check. Same as previous. It's a serviceable tattoo. It does the job. Roll 211.
Jeez, they're all low. All my performance.
I mean,
like
you
three.
didn't roll like a 5, you know. Well, I mean, it came up to.
It basically did.
Oh yeah, you're right. Hey, you can't make terrible tattoos, but this one's like, okay. So, details on where this tattoo doesn't need to be immediate. But this is a tattoo that you have as part of your inventory, Orgoth, and you are tuned to it.
All right.
Finally, we have you and Zug again. So first, Orgoth, is there anything in particular that you wish to do this this month? And I think what it may be is try to track down the blood singers. Try to give it another shot.
Yeah, I'll give it another shot.
You find yourself kind of locating or returning back to the spot. It occurs to you after a little bit that you actually need to be doing some more background research than anything. There may be some rumors, tavern rumors, or you can look up archives of recent SEGLESIA Herald postings. It's going to be more brainy research than it is looking around. So, what do you think? Do you think rumors? Do you think trying to look up archives? Or is there a third option that I'm not thinking
I would
of?
say archives.
Okay. So that is going to bring you to, let's see, where? Oh, sure. That is actually, it's interesting because that's going to bring you pretty darn close. You've never been to this part of the city before, but you actually find yourself kind of in the outskirts of the Elven Quarter. You're getting a lot of sideways looks by some of the elves and half-elves in the area. But in particular, there is a very well-kept archive located right around here. And I'm going to have you, as you are going through, I'm going to have you roll a history check, because you're going through past accounts of anything similar to the Bloodsingers. Okay. With a 21, you're able to determine that there have been accounts of orcs of red skin tone, such as yours, that have been sighted in a few different locations. Usually after a crime, sometimes after, they're usually connected with some sort of kidnapping or some sort of murder. The clearest one that you were able to decipher was basically a murder, basically an assassination gone wrong. What you identify as an assassination gone wrong, located in the lower part of Masamoon, which is this part of the city here. So bringing you over there, it has been, I would say it's been over a month since this event happened. So now that you are brought there, I'm going to have you roll an investigation check. Okay. Doesn't reveal a lot, but it does reveal one thing, that on a specific building, you notice that there is a blood red mark. One that sort of looks like a partially cut off S and an X down the center. This is a mark that you are familiar with. It's more than just a mark, it's a ward. It is something that marks the Desian of this particular building is marked for assassination. And it is a ward because it is something that is magically placed in case someone it's magically placed so that somebody who is a bloodsinger can locate it easy. However, do an Arcana check.
Yeah, all right.
Okay. Nice, 20. Okay, cool. So one thing you do certainly know about this mark, it is also a ward, and it is a magical ward. You have a general sense of what is required in order for you to create this mark. And so, while this one has been spent, you now know of a way that you could place this mark down someplace, and within a day or two, you could expect, if there is any bloodsinger in the area, you could expect them to show up.
All right.
So you, of course, are cautious because you were aware that one of the bloodsinger clan discovered that you were in the city. But this kind of gives you a sense of reversal where you might be able to summon one of them if you really want to. Make them come out of the shadows.
That's a plan Orgoff would go for. He'll pretty much be like, I got you bastards now.
All right. Last but not least, Zug. What is your task?
Zug, as the fine gentleman he is, he will utterly deface an Aurora's shrine.
You want to deface an Aroa shrine. All right.
Indeed. Yeah.
So, go search for an Iroa shrine. Please roll a investigation check as you are exploring around the city, looking for a very particular shrine. Let's see how high profile. 19. Okay, so not exactly inside the Temple of Divinity, but in a fairly prominent place. That is going to be located, a Shrine of Iroas, located very specifically in the Dwarven Quarter, right here. You step onto the grounds of the Shrine of Iroas. There are worshippers coming in and out. Most of them are Dwarven. What and how are you looking to go about this? Are you going to go about this in the middle of the day with the worshippers there, or are you going to try to go in later at night? How are you going to try to go in?
I'm gonna try to be sneaky about it. I'm gonna try to do it when nobody's there, or the least amount of people will be there, and I'll sneak in Shit.
All right. Well, you wait until a particular night during a Sabbath evening to slip in. Of course, you will need to do a stealth check. I hope you are aware.
Let's do this, Zug. At least one good stealth check. Never fucking
dear.
lucky.
Oh.
Oh, shoot. You are spotted. Oh dear. You are spotted literally by the headmaster of the shrine, the only person that was there still there that night. You are literally midway approaching the dais where the shrine is located, and he has detected that there is noise happening, and he has stepped into the room, and he brings up a staff of his, and he points it at you, and he says, "Stop!" And he looks like he's ready to cast some sort of spell on you.
At this point, I have not taken shit yet, right?
Right.
Okay. So, Zug would look behind his shoulder and assess how big he is.
This is a dwarf, and he looks like he is quite, for being such a small man, he is a girthy man. He's got some muscle on him, and he looks like he's been in some battles. He is the headmaster of the Iroas shrine in the Dwarven Quarter.
I turn my whole body towards him, brandishing my Mogus brand, and I look down at him.
Small man is caught Zug in the act. What you gonna do about it?
Intimidation check. You're gonna have to roll really high. I mean, it's decent, but it ain't high enough. This individual is going to try to cast Hold Person on you. Please roll I believe it's a Wisdom saving throw for Hold Person.
Oh yeah.
Yep, you were gonna just barely succeed against it. What are you gonna do? Because he's gonna still try to subvert you, unless you do something.
When Zug realizes Zug's going to shrug off the spell and start walking like slowly towards him.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a reason to kill you. You're doing a good job at it.
So is that another intimidation? Are you going to try to attack him? What's the action taking place?
First thing, actually, before I say that, I'm going to rage.
Okay.
And now with the new attunement that Zug has, the elements roar within him, and he's going to pick up the fire element, and you can see as flame just swirls around him, tendrils of flame whipping left and right, and he looks down at this dwarf.
Give me a reason to kill you!
So is that an intimidation?
An attempt, yes.
All right. Well, in which case, roll the highest intimidation check that you can possibly try to roll.
Does that mean I have advantage, Matt?
No.
Oh, fuck.
No. Oh, it's slightly better. Oh, that's right on the cusp. Hold on a moment. is it not letting me roll? Let's try here. Oh, it's right on the cusp. Okay, so he is going to realize that he is the only individual who's about to fight you, and that he is going to he's going to do one last thing. He's going to try to polymorph, and if that doesn't work, he's going to flee.
Reaction for him to make a saving throw. Dex saving throw.
He's got to make a dex saving throw, or you got to make one?
Oh, if he hits me with the melee attack, never mind.
Yeah, that's melee. So you're going to want to do another wisdom saving throw.
Okay, let me see if I have anything when it comes to that. No.
I believe in you, Zag.
Oh. You are unchanged, my friend, and he is going to realize that he is outnumbered and outgunned, and he is going to cast a different spell, and he's going to go invisible, and you're going to hear footsteps running away, and now it's just you and the it's you and the shrine. You got 5 minutes.
I'm gonna take a fat dump.
Okay, so you have desecrated yet another Iroas shrine. Please roll a D100.
Oh god.
Okay, what did you roll? You rolled a 91. Oh god, what's gonna happen?
Oh no. I don't know.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. Well, okay, so it doesn't necessarily do a whole bunch. You are apparently this what you end up seeing is this spirit of Iroas pops up and brandishing this sword tries to go in and strike you. However, you see an equal spirit of Mogus appear and block the sword and beat the spirit back into the shrine. And Mogus is going to point directly upon you, and a red beam is going to shoot out of his fingertip. And you are going to feel a protection from Celestials. Duration will be 1 week.
Holy shit. Okay, so Zug takes one last look at the shrine, spits, and walks out like nothing happened.
And that, my friends, is how you desecrate an Iroas shrine. Okay, so everybody's turns have gone. The only things I need to run left is one more Civil War thing. Marshall's Way. Ooh. So what ends up happening in Marshall's Way is the Vanguard and the Reformers and the Loyalists are going at it. Ultimately, because this is Marshall's Way, that is going to be quite an intense battle. And so the map is going to be resolved by next episode. And I'm going to run that quest skill challenge the beginning of next episode because we've run out of time. So I want to thank everybody for attending tonight's session. I know it was longer than usual, but hey, thank you very much for your attendance, and thank all of you viewers for tuning in. And we will pick up with the aftermath of these 3 months next session. Session number 21. This was Larpstrong Carter playing as Roby, who had to take a leave. Phoenix V playing as Orgoth.
Sacrifice.
Ambrose playing as Zug.
Fuck Iroas!
Black Man Inc. playing as Scoop.
DM me feet pics.
And Squigs playing as Windveer.
Don't DM him feet pics.
All right. In which case, we are going to wrap up for tonight. I want to thank all of you once again for peeking in. It has been a pleasure and a privilege. Make sure to check out Project Aurora. The link is in chat. Join the community. Say hello to everybody. It has been a pleasure and a privilege, and I, Chaotic and Writer, will see y'all in the next episode. Everybody say goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Later.
Yeah.
Bye, 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 bye.